fucking internet! Now we get to wait for ads! Just gonna like autoplay it. I hate when it does that. It's so annoying. Just play. Once the ads finish and we're back up and good to go. Waba! Waba! Well, I guess it got me calm again. And by calm, I mean enraged, which is my, like, default setting, so... It just reset me to default. I've just been reset to default. So that I can give a thorough presentation on Sonic 06. Ba 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 waba. Where's my disconnect? There we go. I'm not threatened enough. Apparently not. He returneth. He returneth. Hi, Otis. We're just waiting for the ads to clear up, and then we'll get into this shit. I have so much information for you guys. Hi, Jack. You're not new. I have so much information for you guys. I must extend all of this information out of my brain. Itara's a girl. What pronouns do we use for you and Itara? That's a great question, actually. That is a very good question. I was thinking about that a little. I'm like, wonder if I... That's kind of why I just hid the pronoun banner for today, because I'm just like, I've thought about that before right now. See, you may have not thought about that before, but here's the thing is I thought about it, and then I didn't have an answer, so... I did, because I didn't know. I hadn't decided yet. I'm like, eh. Because, like, yeah, Itara is a girl. But obviously I am not. Itara replaces Kitten. Kinda, actually, but not really. Say over as I am at how well you translated Sonic aesthetic into VTuber. Thank you. It needs some work. It definitely needs some, like, adjustments. Hime? Yeah, just call me Hime-sama. Hime. Hime. Lamau! Yeah, sure, we'll go with that. That's it. There we go. Alright, ads are gone. Alright, but yeah, no, fucking, I don't know. Until I figure that out, it's just gonna be a kind of a vibes, I don't give a shit, use whatever you want, I don't care. I'll probably just default to they, because that's just kind of like default settings, but just, you know, I guess for that clarification, Itara is a girl. But, you know. That's why this model is less, like, my actual, like, VTuber persona character thing, and more just an OC. Maybe I'll make an actual, like, Sonic model, Sonic style model for, like, my actual models, but that's gonna be, like, way down the line. Stop trying to perfect things. No! Never! It needs to be perfect! That'd be cute and fun. It would be cute and fun! There's a couple other models that I want to make first that are relevant to Itara's story and lore, which I will give a little... Okay, so I guess I should also mention that The main part of this timeline is going to be going over the actual lore of the actual game and what actually happens in Sonic 06, and not my headcanon theory fanfic stuff. However, because it is relevant, we back? We back! Yeah. But after we go through the actual official Sonic canon, I did consider, hi Rathian, you're not new, I did consider doing an extra little bit at the end for the Disrepair House lore, and explaining how that fits into the game. So, actual Disrepair House stuff at the end. Yeah, it's funny because, like, there were some bits of the intro animation that I was originally gonna have RK and Metal in. Actually, wait, I can show you that video. Hang on. I made a video. I made a teaser with them kind of sort of in it. And then I ended up not using that because it was kind of a pain in the ass. But I did make, let me find it. Where is it at? Where are you is? See, this is what I mean. I'm so easily distracted. Where did I put it? Is it in... No. Did I put it in here? Did I put it in here? There is a folder here literally called Itara. There we go, there it is! I made a little... Wait, let me loop it. Let me set it to loop. I made this little thing! And it was supposed to be like, this was originally gonna be in it, because there was gonna be, you know, more actual story stuff in there. It was gonna be a little bit more animation. But I ended up cutting it mostly for time reasons, and went with the stuff that I did instead. But yeah, there was a little bit in there for RK and Metal. And so I did consider actually like making models for them to put in the animation, but that would have added... I mean, it took me a year to make this model. It's gonna take me even more to make, you know, the robots. So I nixed that idea and I'm like, that could be a future project. I'm proud of it. Yay. But yeah, so there might be an arcade metal model at some point in the future, possibly. But for now, we're gonna get to the actual Sonic 06 stuff. You guys ready to talk for like an hour about Sonic 06 and what happened? I already have this fucking sorted. Why did it undo? Put that back in there. I'm always ready. Good! You better be. There we go. Hi, Peacock, you're not new. How does this model with the Chaos Eyes fit into the lore of Disrepair House? With the Chaos Eyes? It doesn't. Well, mostly because this model doesn't have the Chaos Eyes. It has Mephiles. These are Mephiles eyes. This is crystallized mode. Has nothing to do with my lore. Completely separate thing. I final to mentally set myself up for this stream. Yay! Good job on the final. Our eyes just normally look like that. Yeah, they do. They do indeed. It's a very hilarious convenience that Mephiles also had green eyes. A lot of, if you look at it, it's very fitting because a lot of the gods in the Sonic universe also all have green eyes. So, Mephiles, Chaos, and Perfect Chaos, and Gaia, Dark Gaia, all have green eyes. So, clearly that's just a sign of the gods. Clearly that's just a sign of the gods. They're all copying me. There we go. Alright. Chaos runs deeper than they know. That's all I know is from anime. Anime? Which anime? Like Sonic X? Love this first panel. Yeah, okay, so here's the thing. I was gonna and Fox have found a generator thingy that does old school, because what I wanted to do old school Sonic, right? The old Sonic games and their level intro designs. And Fox actually found me a generator for it. But it didn't, well, for one, it doesn't do letter or numbers, so I couldn't get the 06 in there, although Fox did find a thing. But it didn't quite work. So I just kind of went back to my default, back to the one that I made myself, because it just didn't quite, I couldn't quite get it. Yeah, I'd use G for 6, like a G6. Oh, is that what they were finally, is that what they were talking about with a G6? It was, they were talking about Sonic Fawn! All this time, the mystery is solved! I don't even know if anybody has any idea what the fuck they're talking, that I'm talking about. The G6 was the Sonic 06! Fly like a G6. Yeah, exactly! Alright, anyways. Stop distracting me. Alright, so. It is time. Which is a private plane? Wait, what? It's a plane? As long as it didn't think about it. Wait, it's a plane? Is that what that was? Is that what that was this entire time? It was a plane? I mean, I guess a G6 makes sense for the name of a plane, but I never knew that. Anyways, see, this is what I mean. This is what I mean when I said I was gonna start distracting you guys when I work on this, because you're gonna distract me, and I'm gonna ignore you guys, because I'm easily distracted, and we're never gonna fucking get through this. A Gulfstream G650. You know, that makes sense. I reject this information, though. Anyways, stop distracting me! I don't relate to this song because of Sonic 06! Yeah, that's what it is this entire time. Alright, anyways, so, Sonic, alright! It is time! Finally! I'm gonna give you guys a full presentation, PowerPoint presentation on Sonic 06. The lore, the story, the timeline, everything that I know about this game, which is a lot because I've been obsessed with it for like a decade. So everything that I know about Sonic 06, you guys are about to know. Whether you like it or not, you don't have a choice. So. Ah! Why? Sonic 06, what happened and why and when? Or when and why? Because the when is going to be very important here. And I will switch over. So I've been doing, the actual, god damn it. I knew I should have turned that off. Fucking, I have the actual written out timeline in a different program that I will bring up to show you guys at the end of this, because it is a little confusing, and I couldn't get it to like format properly in a PowerPoint presentation, so I'm just gonna open Obsidian and show you guys directly what it looks like, and then kind of go over it. So, alright. Sonic 06. What the fuck is Sonic 06? It was the colloquial known, it's Sonic the Hedgehog from 2006, colloquial known as Sonic 06, was intended to be a reboot of the franchise and incidentally released for the 15th anniversary of the series. A lot of people, that's a misconception. A lot of people thought it was released, that it was made specifically for the 15th anniversary, but however, the 15th anniversary being when it was, is actually part of the reason why it was so rushed out, because Sega wanted to get it out, or Sonic Team, I don't know if it was Sonic, it was rushed out in time for the anniversary. It was originally supposed to be a mass reboot of the series and its lore, and that's why it's kind of the point where a lot of stuff happened. There's so much. That's why there's a reset. But they rushed it to meet the 15th anniversary, and thus caused it to be unfinished, and led to it being considered the worst Sonic game ever created. Now, as of recently, as of the last few years, that title has been debated. It was not, for a long period of time, it was widely and generally considered the worst Sonic game in existence. But again, some games that have come out since have fought it for that title. But at the point, you know, it's generally still considered the worst game. It was panned by fans, Sega themselves. They tried to bury the game entirely. If you were inundated into the Sonic fandom, you know that Sega did their damnedest to forget that it existed. I believe they even released an attempt at a chronological timeline once, and just completely threw Sonic 06 off to the side. They're just like, that one doesn't exist. It's not canon. Forget that one existed. It's over there. Don't worry about that one. And they even went to the effort of delisting it entirely from various retails and online stores because it was such an immaculate failure. And that was at a time that they were trying to kind of reboot the franchise, revive it a little bit, give it a little bit of oomph, and so they delisted a lot of their lower reviewed games at the time, and Sonic 06 was obviously one of them. It does, however, obviously, hi Freya, have a cult following, and has since recently gained more love and appreciation by the fans. A massive increase to Mephiles specifically. But just for the record, I loved Mephiles before everybody got on board with him all of a sudden recently. As I said, I've loved this idiot for 10 fucking years. Maybe even longer, 20 years. I've loved him almost the entire fucking time. Yes, I'm being a hipster about this. Cause I can. Also, ignore that. That's not supposed to be there. I am the true Mephiles stan! I've loved him this entire time, even when this game was widely panned and hated! I loved it when everybody else hated it! So fuck you guys! All because of that damn laugh. But also, I would like to, in addition to that damn laugh, he was also one of the only, to date, still, Sonic villain to actually succeed in getting that damn hedgehog. He is the only, like, video game villain, for the most part, that actually succeeded in killing the main character. So, he deserves that love. Alright, so, going into the actual Sonic 06 game itself, and the routes. Sonic 06 is played in 3 character routes, as a lot of games in this era kind of were. You play the routes for Sonic, Shadow, and Silver, who I believe this was Silver's initial introduction to the series. You also get Blaze, but Blaze was apparently introduced in a different game and brought to this one. She's also in the comics. I'll get more into Blaze and her situation and story and into... So yeah, she's from Sonic Rush. And that's actually relevant, but we'll get into that later. They all have their own storylines that intersect at different points of the story and all connect at the end for the final curtain call. Sonic's route. So obviously the main route, Sonic's route, focuses on the main kind of overall story because, you know, he's the main character. And his route... I feel like I forgot to disclaim this. If you've never played Sonic 06 and know nothing about this story and don't want spoilers until we play it or whatever, why are you here? Obviously, this is going to be all of the spoils. Everything. I am going to go into every single detail about Sonic 06. So you're going to know the beginning, the middle, the end. So if you don't want spoilers for this 20-year-old game... you're gonna. So if you don't know, like, what happens in this and you don't want to know, then I suggest coming back later when we play through it. Specifically for the spoilers, yeah. Something assuming not that bad feels like a hot take of those who haven't played it. Well, okay, I just mean, like, the general... taking the conversation amongst the fandom. Some people do kind of consider some later games to either be worse or on the same level as Sonic 06. Namely, Sonic Boom. Sonic Boom, from, what I saw... Obviously, I didn't play it, but a lot of people considered it kind of on the same level as Sonic 06. But I don't know if that holds up, but it has been a debated thing relatively recently. Sonic 06 story is 2/3 good and titular guy is the bad part. And Sonic Tangents in the rants of stream. Yeah! Yeah! I said I was ignoring chat! God damn it! This is what I mean! Anyways, Sonic's route focuses on Princess Elise and constantly rescuing her from Eggman. That is it. That's the entire thing. He spends the entire time just rescuing Elise. I'm gonna get more into that later, too. But that's his entire fucking route, is just, oh no, Elise has been kidnapped again. Shadow. Debatably the favorite amongst all of the routes. The favorite. Everybody loves Shadow. Shadow does Shadow things. Shadow's route focuses on Mephiles and stopping him from rejoining Iblis and achieving his goals. Shadow has most of the main interactions with Mephiles himself, up until the final curtain call, obviously. And then you have Silver and Blaze. Silver's route focuses on what happens in the future and trying to prevent Crisis City. And being rid of the flames of disaster that caused it. So, he interacts with Mephiles, but most of it is tracking down what he calls the Iblis Trigger. Which, again, I will get into. So, game route order. Timelines by character. So, I have split this presentation up into two different formats. The first format is going to be the game route order. How you learn the timeline by character, by the route. So how the game gives you the explanation of the timeline. And this is part of why it gets very confusing, is because it's these anachronological, split off, individual versions of what happens. So obviously a lot of time travel stuff happens, and it could be very confusing, and this is why a lot of people are confused about this story. The second version, I will be going through it chronologically. The entire story broken down by what happens when chronologically in the various different timelines, and the characters that interact at those moments. So it goes over what happens specifically when, rather than just as a whole, instead of the splintered off versions. So, starting with Sonic's route. Sonic starts with the Solaris Festival, where Eggman attacks Soliana during their big festival to celebrate the sun god Solaris. At that point, Elise is kidnapped, and Sonic meets with Tails to go, hey, the princess of this place has gotten kidnapped and we gotta go rescue her. I need your help with that. And so Sonic goes and rescues Elise, and that is the Dusty Desert and the Egg Cerberus attack. Another note, I was going to include all of the major boss fights and locations, and I did do that to a degree, but it does get very fucking confusing because there's a lot of back and forth and a lot of people going to the same place at different times, fighting a boss at a different time that doesn't fucking make sense. Even as somebody who has researched this extensively, there's a lot of shit that doesn't actually line up. So I did my best, but the game didn't, and that's... I can only do so much. The game didn't do its best, so I did my best. But yeah, so that is the Dusty Desert Egg Cerberus boss battle. After that is when I believe they return to Soliana after Sonic rescues Elise. That's where Silver is first introduced, and Elise is kidnapped again, while Sonic is distracted by Silver. After the Sonic-Silver battle, Sonic meets up with Knuckles, where he learns that Eggman has sent a message and said, "Hey, I got your princess. Bring me the Chaos Emerald, and I'll give her back." And obviously, you know, they're just like, yeah, that's bullshit, but we're gonna go anyways. And so that is when all three of them head to White Acropolis, which is Eggman's base. And they learn that Eggman is attempting to revive the Solaris project that Soliana's royal family and scientists attempted 10 years ago. And that is when Sonic is then sent to the future. So, at that point, Sonic has been sent 200 years into the future, into what is now known as Crisis City. The world is destroyed. He meets with Shadow, and he's just like, "Hey, why the fuck are you here?" And they work together to find another Chaos Emerald so that they can go back to the present. They discover that Sonic goes missing for obviously those 200 years. Elise dies, Iblis is released, Crisis City happens. This is the original timeline. So the Sonic and Shadow meet at the volcano to hunt down more the second Chaos Emerald, because Shadow already has one. And that is when they first meet Iblis, and they fight Iblis. And once Iblis is defeated, the two have both Chaos Emeralds. They use a double Chaos Control, and Sonic and his crew, as well as Rouge, who's with Shadow, obviously, goes back to the present. And this is the start of Timeline 2. Because now he's been sent back, he's no longer sent back, and he's no longer lost to time, so he has a chance to change the situation. Elise is still kidnapped, because of course she is, and that is the train chase, because Eggman is for some reason on a train and uses the Soliana train to attempt to distract him so that he can get away. That's when Silver also appears, while he is attempting to, because train levels are fun. Well, yeah, I mean, you're not actually on a train, you're just trying to, like, track down a train and keep it from exploding, and tracking down Elise, but halfway through, Silver interrupts again, Shadow interrupts that, and Sonic goes to, once again, rescue Elise, where they then return to Soliana. So Sonic takes Elise back to Soliana, she goes back to the castle, everything's good, fine dandy, except Eggman comes back again and he's just like, "Hey Elise, meet me or I'm gonna destroy your city!" And so she obviously goes, "Yep, this is a good idea," and so she goes to fucking meet with Robotnik again. And that's when, they head to the egg carrier. And of course, Sonic is off doing Sonic stuff, so Tails has to go get him, and he's like, "Hey, the princess is kidnapped by Robotnik again." He's like, "God fucking damn it." So he's gotta go capture her again. Re-rescue her for the third fucking time? And while he is on the way to the egg carrier to go rescue her for, like, the third, fourth, fifth time, Silver once again shows up, except this time instead of saying, "Hey, you destroyed my future," he's like, "Hey, we need to save the future. I'm joining you now." And so they join him, except while they are on the way to the egg carrier to rescue the princess, the egg carrier explodes, and Elise dies again, and thus releasing Iblis in the incorrect form again. And this is the third timeline. So, Elise is fucking dead again. So, Sonic and Silver, much like Shadow and Sonic earlier, use a double chaos control to once again open a portal through time. Sonic goes back a few minutes so that he can go save Elise, while Silver returns to the future because Sonic's like, hey, you've got a future to save, go do that. I got this. And so Sonic goes back. He goes back to before the egg carrier takes off. He rescues Elise the third time. And they have a nice, lovely little walk through Kingdom Valley. And everything is fine, and she's alive, and the future is saved, yada yada blah blah. And that's the end of Sonic's route. Just at this point. Yeah, we'll get into that! And so that is what you play as Sonic, is Elise is kidnapped. Go rescue her. Oh no, Elise fucking died. Time to time travel. Oh, Elise is kidnapped. Time to go rescue her. Yay. So now we get into Shadow's route, which is the best route because it's the route that gets into Mephiles' stuff. So, the beginning of Shadow's route is one of the coolest pre-rendered cutscenes in all of Sonic. I know that most people consider Sonic Unleashed, the pre-rendered cutscene beginning at the beginning of that one, to be the kind of the height of Sonic cutscenes. And I will give them this, it is really good, but I also really, really like the cutscene at the beginning of Shadow's route as well, because, you know, it has Shadow. And so, the beginning of Shadow's route is Rouge has broken into Robotnik's laboratory and stolen the scepter, and Gun has sent Shadow to go retrieve her and assist her. And so that is what he does. She's like, hey, I got this scepter thing. I don't know what it is, but the doctor wants it, so I have it now. And then Shadow meets up with her at White Acropolis, and he's like, what the fuck are you doing? And that happens. So with that, Eggman gives chase. He's just like, hey, you stole my shit! Except in the struggle to get the scepter back, Rouge drops the scepter when she is attacked by robots, and Shadow, choosing to save her over catching the scepter, ends up with the scepter hitting the ground, shattering, and that is how Mephiles is released. And Mephiles appears, and he's just like, ah, Shadow, I know you, and now I'm going to send you to the future! Have fun in Oblivion! And so Shadow and Rouge get sent to the future by Mephiles. And so that is how Shadow gets 200 years in the future in Crisis City. And Sonic arrives shortly after that, being sent there by Robotnik, by the Solaris Project. And they realize we're gonna have to get some Chaos Emeralds to do some Chaos Control to get back to the present. So Sonic and crew go off and do their search for a Chaos Emerald, and Shadow and Rouge go search for Chaos Emerald, and at that point they find a not so broken down, but definitely, worse for wear 200 years Omega. And he's on standby mode, and deactivate him. And then they get their emerald, and they go to meet Sonic at the volcano. And once again, that is where they battle Iblis. So after the Iblis battle, and they do the double chaos control, Sonic and crew and Rouge return to the present. However, Shadow does not. So when Rouge returns to the present and Shadow's not with her, she calls on Omega in the present and says, hey, I'm gonna need you to go on standby for like 200 years with this Chaos Emerald and help Shadow in the future. And so she gives him the Chaos Emerald that they found, and he goes in standby mode for 200 years. And then it goes back to Shadow, who, the reason that he did not exit the portal with them is because Mephiles showed up. And so Shadow is battling Mephiles. And mid-battle is when Omega reactivates and joins the battle. And they, quote-unquote, defeat Mephiles at that time. And, well, they don't defeat him. They, you know, once you beat the battle, Mephiles returns to the present, and Omega and Shadow jump through the portal following after him and return to Timeline 2. And when Shadow returns to the present, he's just like, hey, what the fuck is up with that whole Scepter Mephiles thing? And so he goes to meet with Eggman, because he believes he has information on it, because obviously he had the scepter, so he must know what's happening there. And that is the train chase again. And while he is... After he goes to meet with Eggman, he realizes Sonic and Silver are there, and goes and interrupts the fight between Sonic and Silver, and says, hey, you go rescue the princess, I'll handle this. And so, after a short conversation and Silver gets kicked in the back of the head with a roundhouse kick, Silver and Shadow then use a double Chaos control, because Silver also has a Chaos Emerald, and they go back in time to find Mephiles' origin. So instead of going 200 years in the future, they have gone 10 years in the past to the original creation of the Solaris Project. And this goes back to, I believe it's White Acropolis before Robotnik takes it over. It seems like it's the same laboratory, but it's kind of somewhat unclear. I don't know if there's two labs, or... It seems like Robotnik takes over the White Acropolis laboratory, because it seemed like it was originally the laboratory that the royal family of Soliana used. And so, going back 10 years in time, they realize what happens, and this is a big point, is Solaris was the sun god of Soliana. He had, in previous generations, gifted his flame to the royal family to protect, both to protect the flame and so that he would, you know, protect them. However, being idiot humans that they are, they decided to experiment on it and try to extract its time travel powers, and so therefore they corrupted the god. And in a last-ditch attempt to protect both himself and the humans that he once adored, who have now betrayed him, he separated himself. And that is what creates... that's what creates Iblis and Mephiles. Mephiles is the mind of Solaris. Iblis is the flame, the body, the powers. And so when they are separated, they separate. Silver goes after Iblis, Shadow goes after Mephiles to seal them. And so Shadow seals Mephiles, and he's, at that time, Mephiles is just like, your face! I will remember you, and I will kill you in the future when I get out of here. And that is why Mephiles knew him at the beginning of the route, is because time travel. So, he meets back up with Silver. Silver does Silver things, and then they once again return to the present, back to Timeline 2 again. Omega is tracking down Mephiles in the present. There's a little bit of clash between them, and Shadow and Rouge meet back up with him, and at that time... Right, I forgot an entire conversation between Mephiles and Shadow. So during Mephiles' initial fight with Shadow, is the part where Mephiles is just like, join me! Or be sealed, because in the future, much like they did to me, the humans will also betray you, and they will seal you away. And Shadow's just like, I don't give a fuck. And he's just like, if the world decides to turn on me, then I will fight as I always have. And so... meeting back up with Omega in the present, in Timeline 2, is when Omega reveals that he's the one that seals Shadow in the future. And so obviously that's a little feelsy. A line's from 06. Yes, that line is 06. A lot of iconic lines of Shadows came from 06. If the world chooses to fight me, you know, betray me, then I'll fight as I always have. That's from Sonic 06, and the scene where he like takes off his inhibitors and busts through a bunch of enemies, that's from 06. I'll get to that in a minute. I'm supposed to be ignoring you guys. Anyways, yes, so Omega reveals that he's the one that steals Shadow in the future. It's a feelsy moment, and Rouge, you know, is just like, hey, we're a team. No matter what happens, I'll always be there for you. And he's like, yeah, I know. Another thing about Sonic 06 is that I, and a lot of the fandom, consider this to be kind of the truest moment, the best of Shadow. This really is the best of Shadow, because he's both still, you know, the edgy, you know, loner, fucking overpowered edgelord that he fucking is, but also he has a team, and you can tell he cares about that team in multiple different ways. And like that team also cares about him. And so he's not just like, I'm a lone wolf and I don't care about anyone, that he's kind of gone that way in more recent stuff. He's just like, no, Rouge and Omega are my team. I care about them. You know, Omega's potential betrayal actually obviously hurts him. And so like this is kind of another reason that I like this game for its lore, is because this is kind of the height of Shadow. So after that, Shadow hunts down Mephiles again. There's another battle between them. That is when he removes his inhibitors, and he attempts to seal Mephiles again, because he has that information now. He has the scepter. He knows how to do that now from going back in time, and he attempts it again. Except that this time, Mephiles breaks out, and the scepter is destroyed. And he's just like, that worked 10 years ago. It's not gonna fucking work now. Because he's obviously got a few of the Chaos Emeralds now. He's much stronger than he was then. He's not newly broken off from Solaris. And so the scepter is not going to work again. And it gets destroyed. And so that is the end of Shadow's route, is Mephiles breaking free and escaping. I'm asking my doctor to do this. Remove the cringe inhibitors. Why did Mephiles choose a hedgehog form? Because he stole Shadow's shadow. So when... I probably should have covered this. So I will answer this one now. When he initially broke out of the scepter at the beginning of Shadow's route, he was just a fog, gooey form, and so when he broke out, he stole Shadow's shadow, and that's why Mephiles looks like Shadow. Let me actually go back to that. Yes, and so that's why Mephiles looks like a grayed out version of Shadow, because he stole Shadow's shadow, so he stole Shadow's form. Basically, everything Mephiles does is anti-Shadow. Because Shadow fucked him up. And so, but when he turns crystalline form, obviously he still has, you know, he turns crystalline, but it's still the same Shadow form underneath. And then we get to Silver's route. So, unlike the other two, Silver's route starts 200 years in the future in Crisis City. The world has been destroyed, he was born into it, and all he wants is to save his present. And so it starts out with him kind of monologuing about Trunks the Hedgehog. He's kind of Trunks the Hedgehog. And so it kind of starts out with him monologuing, kind of looking over Crisis City. and being like, you know, the tornadoes, the fires, it's destroyed everything. He's constantly battling Iblis in the future, but he can never obviously win. And so after another fight with Iblis, and Blaze shows up and she's like, he's appeared again. So the two go off and fight Iblis again. And after that battle is when Mephiles shows up. And he's just like, hey, if you want to fix your present, you're gonna need the Iblis trigger. And so Mephiles takes them back to the lab and explains the Iblis trigger. And the day of disaster caused by the Iblis trigger and is the cause of Crisis City and what happens. And if you want to save your future, you must go back to the past and destroy the Iblis trigger. And so that's the story that they give. And so Mephiles, with a Chaos Emerald, opens another portal to the past and sends them back to the present. And so I'll get to that. And so they are sent back to the present in the first timeline, timeline 1, during the Soliana festival, when Elise is first kidnapped, and he's kind of watching over, and he's just like, that blue hedgehog there! That's who I need! Except before he could go chase after him, Amy appears, and she's just like, oh, you're searching for someone too? Let's go search together! And so Silver's entire route is kind of half him and Amy, half him and Blaze. And so Amy's just like, hey, I'll help you search for your person if you help me search for my person. And so he's like, yeah, sure, why not? And so she's like, all right, let me go find Sonic, and then I'll help you find your person. Except, so they are constantly following Sonic, and everywhere that he's going, the Dusty Desert, back to Soliana, all that, except they're always one step behind him. They always arrive as soon as he leaves. And so eventually they return back to Soliana, and that is when they initially run into each other. The first Sonic and Silver battle, when Elise gets kidnapped again, and that battle happens, except obviously Amy is just like, hey, what the fuck, bro? And she's like, I'm not gonna let you kill Sonic, obviously. And so Sonic escapes, and Amy is just like, hey, what the fuck? Sonic would never, you know, be a bad guy. Sonic would never destroy the world. You're wrong, you're an idiot, and I'm leaving you now. And so Silver has to kind of like, oh, maybe, am I wrong? Is what she said true? And so she, you know, he's like, all right, I must find Sonic again and find out what is going on. And so he follows him to White Acropolis, except once again arrives too late. He arrives after Sonic is sent to the future, and he has his own Egg Genesis battle. And this is the one that kind of doesn't make sense, because it's like, they've already fought the Egg Genesis. It's already been destroyed. I don't know why it's back, but it's back. But he fights it for whatever fucking reason, because they just had to reuse that boss battle again, anyways. But anyways, after that, he and Blaze head back to Soliana, and Mephiles appears again, and he's just like, hey, your Iblis trigger is at the train station. Go get him. And that's the start of Timeline 2, because that was the point where Sonic returned to the present and started chasing after the train. So Mephiles is just like, he's back in the present, go get him! So Silver takes off after him once again. And so that is the train station battle where Shadow interrupts and Sonic escapes again, but him and Shadow go back in time to find, you know, what happened in the past. Except while Shadow goes after Mephiles, Silver goes after Iblis. And so in his attempt to seal Iblis, it fails. Because he is not one of the chosen royal families. And so when it fails, the king appears, and he says that Iblis can only be sealed by someone of the royal family, and he's on the verge of death because, you know, the Solaris project failed and exploded and it killed everybody, because of course it did. And so instead, he seals Iblis's, you know, Soliana's flame, he seals Iblis's flames inside Elise. And instructs her to never cry! Don't know why. And so Silver takes Elise and takes her back outside of the lab. Shadow reconvenes with him. Silver gives Elise the Chaos Emerald that he has because he was told it was a good luck charm, and he's just like, I think you, small child, need this more than me. So he leaves the Chaos Emerald with like a 10-year-old, 10 years in the past, or however the fuck old she is, I don't actually know, as a good luck charm. And then he and Shadow return back to the present in Timeline 2. And so that is when Silver meets back up with Sonic to save Elise, and except she's on the egg carrier and it explodes and she dies. And so once again, double chaos control, portals to time, Sonic goes back to save Elise. Silver, however, returns to the future to fight Iblis with Blaze, because they realize, okay, Sonic is saving the past, so I'm gonna go save my future. I need to destroy the flames. And so he returns 200 years in the future. I'm uncertain exactly what timeline this is, because it doesn't really make it super duper clear. It seems like it would be the timeline 3, obviously, but but so they head back to the volcano to fight Iblis, to destroy the flame core and save the future. Except once again, as within the past, Silver can't seal Iblis. He can't seal the flames because he's not royal family. And so Blaze is just like, nah, I got this. You're an idiot. And she asks him to seal her in time, except he won't do it. So she's just like, fine, I'll do it myself. And so she seals the flames inside herself and then seals herself away into a different timeline, or a different existence. The game doesn't really go into it at all. But that is where Silver's route ends, is Blaze sacrificing herself to seal the flames to remove it from existence. Was limited to just one city, or does he actually destroy the world? He destroys the world. The world is destroyed. The world as a whole is destroyed. I'll explain more how that works in the end. But that is how the game goes. That is how the game gives you the timeline. So now I will explain it chronologically. Break it down by the timelines. Click. Thank you. Actually, this might be a good time to show the actual timelines so you guys can visually see how this all plays out, and then I will go into detail about it. Do. All looks great. Thank you. Hi, Ice. Alright, so I have broken down this entire timeline. This is how I made sense of all of this, by the way. As I went through, I watched a full walkthrough of every single one of the routes and wrote it all down chronologically to make sense of this. And so now I can give you guys how this works, how this breaks down. Fighting guys web. Yeah, okay, so this is the more detailed version where I put everything. So this, let me see if I can get the full thing on screen. Almost, kind of, not really. There's a little bit more down here at the end, but ignoring the final curtain call. We'll ignore final curtain call for now, but this is the Sonic 06 timeline chronologically. It is color-coded by the routes. Wherever there's purple is What is the purple? I think the purple is Mephilis's moments, because that makes sense. No, I think I just put... Oh no, the purple is just like... extra characters. So, Blaze, Amy, Rouge... Anybody that's not Sonic, Silver, or Shadow is broken down. I also broke it down. Whoops, I didn't want to do that. I also broke it down by set events. So set events are moments that happen no matter the timeline. So for example, so breaking this down, you have what happens in the past. You have this is when Sonic or Shadow and Silver appear in the past. You have the Solaris project, and you have them returning to the present. Then you have the Soliana Festival here, and all of Robotnik's various attacks, and Elise getting kidnapped, Silver appearing in the present. One thing I was not super duper certain of is when the beginning of Shadow's route actually starts, because a lot of this you can figure out where it connects by, you know, the other people that they interact with, but still Shadow's initial beginning and Mephilis's release is kind of off in its own corner. Like, it seems like it would take place before everything else. Like, that just logically, that seems like it makes sense. But it's not made super clear exactly when in the story that happens. So I just kind of had to make an educated guess on this one. But I believe the beginning of Shadows is kind of the beginning of the present timeline. So this is when Silver appears. This is the Robotnik attack on Soliana, Sonic rescuing Elise, and all that. And then this is when Sonic is sent to the future. And so that goes all the way here to Crisis City. So Shadow appearing, Silver, he's already there, Sonic appearing, the Iblis battle. And then over here, you have Silver returning to the future to fight Iblis and destroy the Flame Core. The double Chaos control to return to the present happens here. And the Mephilis battle with Omega appearing happens here. We have not gotten to the final curtain call, so I'm not going to talk about that just yet. So Timeline 1 is over here. And then we have the split off of Timeline 2. And that's where all of this happens. And then finally we have Timeline 3, which is when Sonic saves Elise. And that's the end of Sonic's route. So that's here. And the end of Silver's route, or Shadow's route here. And the end of Silver's route is here. And so that is a full breakdown of the thing. I did simplify it a little bit so that it's easier to kind of parse exactly what happens. So Soliana Castle, the lab below it, and then you have present day. This is the attack on the Soliana Festival, the Scepter going all down here. White Acropolis is what happens here, and then this world is destroyed. Timeline 2 happens here. Once again, egg carrier malfunctions and explodes. Timeline 2, the world ends in destruction. Timeline 3, Sonic returns, saves Elise, the world is no longer destroyed. And then the future is just all Crisis City. Most straightforward of the sections. But that is a visual breakdown of the timeline. You can see why this is confusing as fuck. So, now that you kind of have more of a little bit of a visual of what happens, I'm going to go through it chronologically. Starting with Timeline 1 and the present day. at the beginning. So, as I said, I kind of had to take a guesstimate, an educated guess on this one. I believe Rouge stealing the scepter, Mephiles being released, and Shadow and Rouge being sent to the future is the beginning, is the first thing that happens in the timeline. Then you have the Solaris Festival, where Robotnik attacks, Sonic rescues Elise, Silver arrives in Soliana and meets Amy. Then you have Elise getting kidnapped, Sonic meeting with Tails, rescuing Elise from Dusty Desert, Silver and Amy arrive, too late, and both groups return to Soliana. That is where the Silver and Sonic battle happen. Elise is kidnapped again, Amy stops Silver, Sonic escapes, Silver chases him to White Acropolis. Then you have the situation at White Acropolis, where Sonic is sent 200 years into the future and Silver once again arrives too late to confront him. Sonic disappears, Egg Carrier explodes, Elise dies, flames are released incorrectly, Crisis City. That is the original timeline. And then 200 years in the future, you have Silver, he meets with Mephiles, and he travels back to the present. Shadow arrives in the future, Sonic arrives in the future, the Iblis battle, Chaos Emeralds, Omega's on standby, then they use the double Chaos control to return to the present, Shadow battles Mephiles, Omega reactivates, joins the battle, Shadow and Omega follow him back to the present timeline, and that is the end of Timeline 1. So that is the original timeline. That is how how it works without any extra time travel-y things. It's just shit gets fucked. And that is what Silver tries to prevent is this future. So, when they travel back in time, it creates a branching timeline. So the thing about time travel and should I break for the breaks? I should break for the breaks. We'll break for the breaks. I'm gonna take a breather while the ads play so that people in ads don't miss it. But that is the final moments of Timeline 1. Is Crisis City, everything is destroyed, Iblis is released incorrectly, and he destroys everything. Sonic is lost to time. Omega is shut down. How does Knuckles get the flames of Iblis? Knuckles? Knuckles does not get the flames of Iblis. Is there a correct way to release Iblis? There sure is, and that will be gone over in the final curtain call. However, don't let me forget that I have some commentary on that whole incorrect and correct way to release the flames thing. I have some thoughts about that, but we'll get into that in the end when I kind of go into my thoughts. Right now, we're just the timeline itself. Hang of the headpats. And the pigeon. I want a snack. It's very hot in here. It's very hot in here, you guys. It's like 100 fucking degrees. I'm dying. Even my swamp cooler is like room temperature. Because currently has the flames, it's lower. No. What are you talking about? Ads are almost over. And then that's his voice. Oh. We are not talking about the movies! At most, I accept comic lore. I am not talking about the movies. Movies don't count for shit! Actually, I'd debatably say that Blaze's largest, like, indication of her role is in the comics. Anyways, welcome back from the ads community. Alright, on to timeline 2. So, by them traveling back in time, it creates a branch in the timeline. As I mentioned with this earlier here. So, by traveling through time and going back, it creates a branch. And so this is the end of timeline 1. Shit's destroyed. That's it. That timeline ends there. So when they return, it causes a branch. And that is when the vast majority of the actual story happens, is in timeline 2. So, what happens in timeline 2? Starting with Sonic returning shortly after disappearing. So, Eggman just sent him 200 years in the past. Elise is still with him. He has returned to Soliana. And so, for whatever fucking reason, Eggman has decided that he's on a train now. And to keep Sonic from chasing him down immediately, he causes some shenanigans with the Soliana train, and Sonic has to go chase after that to keep people safe. But that's when the train chase and the showdown at the train station happens. That is when Sonic shows up. Or Sonic. Fucking. When Sonic returns, Silver is once again met by Mephiles in Soliana, who tells him, hey, Sonic's back, go chase him down. And so he does. Shadow, at that point, then returns to the present, and he confronts Eggman. He goes straight to Eggman's train and says, hey, what the fuck is going on? And so they have a little conversation about that, and Eggman's like, hey, you scratch my back, I scratch yours, and Shadow's like, what the fuck ever. And so he goes to confront Sonic and Silver, and that is when they all meet at the train station. Sonic escapes again to go rescue Elise. Shadow and Silver goes back to the past, and initially seal Mephiles and Mephiles and Iblis, initially. So, back in the present day, Sonic rescues Elise, returns her to Soliana. Eggman immediately threatens Soliana, and Elise agrees to meet him again. Tails goes to find Sonic to let him know. Shadow and Silver return to the present. Shadow chases down Mephiles while Silver meets up with Sonic, joins him to rescue Elise. Shadow confronts Mephiles, fighting him a second time, and attempting him to seal him in a newly created scepter, except Mephiles breaks out and says that doesn't work. That is when the egg carrier malfunctions, explodes, and Elise dies. Timeline 2, the retry. There's a couple retries. The egg carrier explodes, Elise dies, Sonic and Silver go back in time to... Sonic goes back in time, Silver returns to the future, Crisis City happens, or Silver returns to Crisis City, rather. Fights Iblis again, destroys the Flame Core, attempts to steal Iblis, doesn't work, Iblis does it, or Blaze does it, and vanishes. Nemesis, it's no use. Yes. Retry 2. So this is kind of where timeline 3 breaks off into another situation of time traveling. So Sonic goes back to the egg carrier before it leaves, rescues Elise, escapes to Kingdom Valley. And that is the end of all of those routes. And they think, oh, we've defeated Iblis in the future, we've rescued Elise from dying, everything is fine and dandy, we're all good to go. It's not. It's not at all. Because this is when the final curtain call happens. And this is where it all comes together. So back in the present day, after all this happens, Mephiles gets the final emerald, the final Chaos Emerald that he needs. And the rest just kind of vanish from the others. They just, poof, gone. And then back in Kingdom Valley, where Sonic and Elise are just running through the grass and having a good time, oh no, there's a distraction. Mephiles then appears and beams Sonic in the chest, killing him. This causes Elise to cry. If you'll remember earlier, I mentioned how her father said, Elise, don't cry. She cried now. And this is what finally releases the Flames of Disaster in the proper form. It is not the giant worm that destroys the world, but the flames of Solaris. Mephiles then uses the emeralds that he collected to rejoin with Iblis, once again becoming the sun god Solaris. The timelines are eaten, and everybody is dragged into a space-time rift, where they all discovered, oh no, Sonic is dead. And they realize that the only way to beat Solaris is to bring him back. They're not defeating an actual fucking god without Sonic, because of course they're not. And so after Solaris was formed, all the Chaos Emeralds were scattered to all the edges of the remaining world, and so everybody splits up to go get them. In the game, you run through all of the different maps and areas that you played through, scattered timelines, kind of breaking down, and nothing is quite right. A lot of people are dead, you know, the world is ended. But they go and collect the Chaos Emeralds, bring them back to the Time Rift, and Elise uses the Chaos Emeralds to bring Sonic back as Super Sonic, brings him back from the dead. We're gonna ignore everything else that happens with her. Didn't happen. And then Super Sonic passes that power on to Shadow and Silver as well, and you have the final battle with Solaris. And that is, as per usual, a multi-phase thing. Hey, go back! I didn't include the multiple forms of Solaris. I'm a dummy. Hang on. Let me pull that up. Obviously, I have that. There we go. So, this is... There we go. I'll just put that there. I have both of them. This is Solaris Phase 1, this one here, and then once you defeat Solaris Phase 1, you get Solaris Phase 2, and this is the true form of Solaris. Also, just, you know, to throw it out there, because I have this as well, why are you like that? Transform. Reset. There we go. This is Iblis. This is Iblis's true form, not his giant worm form. And, you know, we've obviously seen Mephiles, so there's that. Oh, it's because I put it on the overlay box. I'm stupid. The true form of Solaris. No. Come back here. I'm back here. There we go. Ah. was wondering why it was all weirdly sized and cropped. It's because I put it on the wrong fucking image. There we go. Okay, fixed. Alright, good. Okay, so anyways, Solaris battle. Supersonic, Super Shadow, Super Silver, you know, they do. Little cowboy hat. I mean, kind of looks like it. So, of course, they defeat Solaris because it's a video game and you can defeat a god, apparently. Sonic and Elise are then sent back. They are sent to a giant black void and then are greeted with the technically the truer form of Solaris, who then himself sends Elise and Sonic back to before the flame was corrupted, before the humans started experimenting on it, and that is when Elise decides to blow out the flame and resets the timeline and erases Solaris's existence and erases everything that happened and yada yada, we've never met, blah blah. And then you have the ending scene with Soliana reset, celebrating a god that they've destroyed for some reason, who doesn't apparently fucking exist anymore, and Sonic looking out over it like, I've just decided to be here for no reason in particular. And so that is the end. That is the end of Sonic 06. That is the full story of Sonic 06. It ends in reset timelines and destroyed gods and destroyed existences and dumb shit. So, final notes and trivia. And this is just extra shit that I was gonna add more of this, but by the time I got to this point of the presentation, I was so fucking done with working on this, I didn't care anymore. But there were some additional notes that I wanted to throw in there, kind of explaining some of just like little bits of trivia that I knew that I discovered, but also like things that I thought were of note regarding its production and all of that. For number one, the main thing I would like to point out: how many fucking times does Elise get kidnapped? I counted 9 times. This bitch was kidnapped 9 fucking times. How many of those were completely fucking pointless and could have been removed entirely and changed nothing? 5 of them, at least. I shit you guys not. I am not even joking when I say there is a moment where she gets kidnapped, rescued, kidnapped again, and rescued again in the same cutscene. And fucking Sonic isn't even the only one to fucking rescue this bitch. Fucking Amy rescues her at one point. I don't even know why they included that entire cutscene. You don't play as Amy at any point. Like, obviously you have the sections with Silver, but this is when she cuts off from Silver and is not with him anymore. So they have an entire fucking cutscene of this bitch getting rescued, kidnapped again, and rescued by Amy, and then kidnapped again. In a cutscene! Do you know how incredibly fucking pointless that was? Do you know how many of these are so fucking incredibly pointless? Do you know how angry I got the amount of times I had to write the words, Elise gets kidnapped again, working on this? I'm not joking. There are multiple points of my notes in this goddamn fucking timeline where I wrote the words, this bitch get kidnapped again. This made me so mad. I was so enraged every single time I had to type those words because it was 9 times and changed nothing. It changed nothing. They could remove them entirely and it would change nothing. It doesn't add like extra, it doesn't add anything. Like, she immediately just gets kidnapped again. It's so fucking dumb and enraging. Made me so fucking mad. Anyways, another important note that I felt is it probably played a huge part in why the story is all over the fucking place and why, like, the game itself is all over the place, is that the co-creator of the game, Yuki Naka, left the project halfway through. And it caused issues with the story. Because from what I could understand, that there was kind of like a rough draft of the story written out, and then he left the project, and so they tried to kind of fill in the gaps or stuff, and it didn't really work. And so that's an important kind of issue for why the story is such a clusterfuck. Also, there was originally supposed to be a PC port for this, as well as an Xbox 360 and PS3, but it was cancelled. Would have been nice to have a PC port! But because the game did so badly, they nixed it. Also, a fun just little trivia, due to translation errors, and I did come across this in the early days, and I was curious about it, but now I have an answer. Due to a translation error, the Scepter of Darkness was called the Book of Darkness multiple times. Just in the files, not in the actual game. But if you've ever heard it referred to as the Book of Darkness, that is why. Even though there's clearly no Book of Darkness. There were some theories early on in the days, I remember, that people theorized that the Book of Darkness was a separate item that was going to be tied into it, but it was apparently just a translation error for the Scepter. What is the Bible? No! Also, and this is a very important detail regarding Disrepair House, Metal Sonic, as well as a few additional characters, I don't know who, it wasn't mentioned who, but specifically Metal Sonic, was planned to have a playable episode. You were going to, not only was Metal Sonic supposed to be part of this game, he was supposed to be playable. And he was going to have... it was considered, it was also considered to possibly be DLC, added later as DLC, additional episodes as well for other characters. But due to how rushed the game was, as well as the reception after it was released, these plans were scrapped. So the entire section with Metal Sonic was also scrapped. I feel like there's a lot of story that was planned in there that could have made a lot of sense with a lot of situations that could have benefited this game if they hadn't rushed it out. I would love to see a remake, like just a total and complete like redo of this game with all of the scrapped mechanics and episodes and characters and lore. Because like clearly there's so much lore here that they just cut out for time. I would love to see what that was. Like even if they just release it as like notes, like an art book almost even kind of situation, I would love to know what was originally planned for this. And the characters and the lore that was all cut out. There were also plans for a day-night cycle that was also scrapped due to the rush nature, and those, funnily enough, were later used for Sonic Unleashed. So the day-night cycle, the Werehog whole thing, was originally came from Sonic 06. But was just not implemented, so they just used it for a different game. Also, an early draft of the story, which was written by Shiro Maekawa, more directly, and this is what I mentioned earlier, more directly related Sonic 06 to Sonic Rush. And that was supposed to explain Blaze's role better. So, again, another thing that I would have liked to have seen. Like, even if they just release it in, like, written draft form, I would like to know how the fuck Blaze got to this world and how she got into how she got to Soliana, how she met Silver, how she got involved in this whole situation, where she went afterwards. Cause like if you know the Sonic comics, you know that Blaze comes from her own world, where they have the soul rings instead of the Chaos Emeralds, and she is a princess in that world. And I believe that explains why she was able to seal Iblis and the flames when Silver could not, because she is royalty, possibly connected to at least the flames in some way, because she's, well, Blaze. She is a fire-wielding cat. And so I feel like there's a connection there between Soliana, Solaris, and Blaze. And so, again, I would like to know more of what the fuck that was. But it was, obviously that was also scrapped and rewritten and just cut out entirely. And, yeah, but that is the end. That is the full presentation. That is the entirety of Sonic 06. That's everything that I know about it. And yeah. So, thank you for listening and being here for my presentation. I hope you have learned a lot, and now there will be a test. I'll be passing out the papers right now to make sure that you guys listened and understood everything that happened. This test will be the entirety of your grade, and thank you for coming to my TED Talk about Sonic 06, and thank you for letting me get all of this shit off my chest finally. You are now Lord. I didn't know the original story is intended. Yeah, me too. Like, that's the biggest thing that I got out of this, is like, I would love to see the original intended story. I want the cut out, unreleased characters, episodes, story. I want to know Blaze's situation. I want to know how, because like, it's very clearly stated that Silver was born into that world. He is from Crisis City. That is where he was, that's the world he was born in and grew up in, but not Blaze. And I want to know how Blaze got there. I've never played Sonic Rush, so I don't know what lore she has in that. But clearly they were going to connect it somehow, and I want to know. You're right, bastard. But yeah, so that's that. So, I guess now, if you guys, now is the Q&A session. So, whatever, let's see, what's a good place to leave this on? Let's put that there. Maybe the whole way down. Take me the whole way down. Don't you know the answer's always C? Silly. I'm gonna put this there, and I'm gonna move over. What did I get? Well, you got every 10th answer. It's always C. If I made a test, I would just make every single answer C. No, I wouldn't. That would stress me out. The one that has 2 words, Kansas City, kind of imagine Kansas switched with Crises now. But yes, okay, so now is the point where I will answer any unanswered questions. So, what do you got? Give them all at me. Whatever questions you ask throughout the stream, throw them at me now, and I will answer to the best of my abilities. I know, I saw a few that I kind of intentionally ignored. How are you feeling now that you shared this? Like, a weight has been lifted. Like, a weight's been lifted, that's how. Well, I've been, I don't have to research this shit anymore, and I don't have to worry about this stream anymore, but also, now I can be like, obviously I'm gonna edit the, this whole situation, this whole stream, well, not the whole stream, but obviously I'm gonna edit this section into a video to put on the main channel so that I can point to it and be like, you want Sonic 06 lore? I got you Sonic 06 lore. I could just be like, go there. And so, like, I I could just be like, all of your questions are answered there. And also, I don't have to think about this anymore. I've been thinking about this stream literally since I started VTubing, because I promised Saib that if I hit 1,000, I would do this stream, and then I hit 1,000, and now I've done this stream, and this weight has been lifted from my brain. Also, this model is done, so that weight has been lifted off my stream. But also, I have been saying for like 2 years now that I am gonna get into it. Every time somebody asks me something Sonic 06 related, I'm like, I'm gonna get into this in a whole ass stream. There's gonna be a full stream dedicated to getting into the roots of Sonic 06, so just wait till then. And so now, we have been in the roots of Sonic 06. Can't believe I did this. I can't believe you did this to me! It's all your fault! I'm just a little boy, but I just had the mental image of Elise reviving Sonic, and instead of doing that, she sticks her head in Sonic's mouth. I'm proud. Yay! You're in charge of a remake of this game. What would you change? Everything! Fucking everything! I would remove, like, more than half of Elise's stupid kidnapping bullshit. I would go further into, like, Silver and Blaze's backgrounds and stories, and, like, more Crisis City. I would... Like, a lot of Shadow's story, actually, is fine. Shadow is fine. That's the only one that I would consider fine. Silver's entire route is just... Oh, Sonic went that way. Oh, I'm too late. Oh, Sonic went that way. Oh, I'm too late. Oh, Sonic went that way. I'm too late. So I'd probably change his entire route to, like, something that's actually meaningful and not just chasing Sonic around. And Sonic's route, maybe less re-kidnapping of Elise, and maybe more, I don't know, doing something that's not that. What would you keep? Shadow's entire thing. I would keep Crisis City, obviously. And everything that happens in the Crisis City sections are fine. Everything that happens in the Crisis City sections are fine, lore-wise. I would keep the final curtain call. That one's obviously fine. Except for that one thing. That would be gone. Like, having the Chaos Emeralds revive Sonic is fine. He's the main character. There are theories about him potentially being, like, a descendant of a god. So, I accept that theory, personally. And... finally get 400 followers and 2 years late. Seems to be a lot of inconsistency. Like that was one of the reasons it failed. No, I think the reason it failed is because the gameplay itself is bad. Like, don't get me wrong, I know the actual gameplay mechanics are fucking ass and shit and balls. And infuriating. That is a well-known fact that actually playing Sonic as 06 is infuriating. And so, like, A, I just wouldn't rush it to begin with, and B, I would have any kind of quality assurance at all, period. Clearly, they did not have any. But also, yeah, no, like, the rushed nature is, it's inconsistent, they reuse a lot of shit that doesn't make sense. A lot of the stories are just chasing after someone, being too late for something. It's, like, the bits that do have lore are good, but, like, how amazing are you for getting a compliment? God damn it. Someone's not being able to catch up to the fastest thing alive? Yeah. Yeah. Also, I would make this, like, side characters more involved, because, like, you meet up. Like, again, all you have to do is look at Shadow's route. Honestly, Shadow's route is kind of like the perfect summation of what the game should have been. Because, you know, you have the main character, obviously Shadow himself doing most of it, but Omega is just as involved, Rouge is just as involved, like, the story stays focused and consistent and like keeps propelling the story forward rather than just doing the same thing over and over and over again. So like if they had, I don't know if they just did Shadow's route first and had to fucking rush through the other two or something, but if they had just made Sonic and Silver's route more like Shadow's, I think it would have been better. Also, if they had, you know, fixed the game mechanics and not rushed it. Ugh. And so long. I think Elise should get kidnapped about twice as much? No. Like, you could literally just have her get kidnapped fucking once and end it there. Like, I'm not even joking. You could literally just have her kidnapped the once and everything else kind of, like, go working around that. She doesn't need to constantly be rescued and then kidnapped again. Just if you want her kidnapped, keep her kidnapped. I don't know what to do about Silver's, though. I'm gonna have Rouge kidnap Elise with the hell of it. Yeah. Deities, no. Yeah. Let's have Big the Cat. No. Sonic should get kidnapped for once? Yeah. But yeah, so like, I think... This game could have been so much better. And that's what frustrates me the most about this game, is like, it could have been so much better. Like, if they really wanted this to be a revival of the series, then they should have put in the effort to actually make it good. But they miserably failed at that, and instead, like, just buried it under the rug. Didn't do anything with the ramifications of the fact Elise can't cry. Is she notably sober? Okay, yeah, right. That's the other thing that I wanted to mention. Thank you for bringing that up, actually. So, Sonic, or Elise. Here's another one of my really big issues that the game never touches on at any point in anything. The entire crux of the story is that Iblis is released incorrectly because she fucking dies. So, clearly having her... whatever... holder, what's the word I'm looking for? I want to call it a scepter. It's not a scepter. Receptacle? No, that's not the word. Container? I'm just gonna call her a container. Having the container destroyed releases the flames incorrectly. Why does having her cry release it correctly? Why is that? Why is that? Why is that? Why is that a thing? Why is that the tactic to releasing the flames of disaster correctly? That doesn't make sense. I don't know why. Also, why, on that note, if all you need is a princess to cry to release these flames, why wait until she's an adult to do it? Why go through? There's a lot riding on this fucking, like, whole shenanigan. And that's the other thing that's kind of the problem with this story, is it's convoluted as fuck, and you don't know if Mephilis's plans from the get-go was to have Sonic and Elise do all of this run around and escape and da-da-da-da-da just for the soul, like, so that he can kill Sonic and make her cry that way, or if it's a situation where he was trying to do something else, but it kept failing miserably because Silver sucks at his job, and so he just finally went, fine, I'll do it myself. It doesn't really touch on that fact of what that plan was, but also, like, again, this whole plan of go back to kill Sonic to make the princess cry to release the flames, just, it doesn't do a good job of explaining why that is at all in any way, shape, or form. Like, doesn't mean an adult to have her heart broken because children cannot consent. Actually, crying and dying would both break her heart. Why am I getting notifications? At least stubs her toe, world ends. Yeah. And it's like... Again, if you want... She was literally a child when the flames were originally sealed in her. I feel like if the whole point of making a girl cry is how you get what you want, then you could just go back further to when she was a child and be like, both your parents are dead and everyone sucks and everyone's looking at you to fail. That would probably make a child cry. It's probably very easy to make someone cry. Like, why even wait that long? No sadness, no heartbreak, but like, it doesn't even insinuate that it's necessarily heartbreak that does it. It's just, all they say is that she can't cry. That's it. Like, the only thing is just making her cry. And like, cause even as a kid, her dad is just like, hey, I know your mom's dead, but you can't cry about it. Never shed tears. The whole point is that she cannot shed a tear. Because as soon as she sheds a tear, that's how the flames are released. And it's like, why is that? Why? Why? But why though? And it never explains why. It never touches on why. It never even gives any slight indication of why that is even the way to go about that. And that bothers the shit out of me, because as somebody who has gone through an extensive amount of effort to explain this fucking story at all, this was not an easy task. Just so that we all know, it was not an easy task to make sense of this. But I have done my goddamn damnedest to make it make sense. And so the fact that there's so much shit that they just throw out there with no regards to whether or not it makes any goddamn sense at all drives me up a fucking wall. In Sonic Rushes, they explained she got to the normal universe, the soul universe, when Enigma steal the soul emeralds. Right, it was soul emeralds, not soul rings. I don't know why I thought it was soul rings. Is her world Sonic, so there's some stuff about them not being able to simultaneously exist and stuff? They only meet in super form, but her compatibility with Iblis in the same way Sonic is compatible with Chaos. Iblis was divided into emeralds instead of Chaos? That's weird. That's weird. That makes even less sense. That makes even less sense. But anyways, yeah, so as far to actually answer your question about whether there are any actual, like, fucking ramifications to why she can't cry, no. No, not at all. None whatsoever. She's not known as a particularly hard-ass or stoic or anything princess. She's just known as the average fucking just friendly, loving princess. So it doesn't play in, it doesn't make sense, it doesn't anything. Mirror as a worse version of Elsa? No. I like Blaze. I just wish she was more explored. I wish she was explored more. Zelda universe is just... The Zelda universe is confusing, but the difference is that the Zelda universe, they actually try to make it sense. With Sonic, they just throw shit at the wall. None of it is connected. Like, Zelda is, to a certain degree, actually connected, and there is a canonical, line between a lot of the games. Not all of them, obviously, but a lot of the games do have a through line in Zelda because they actually put effort into trying to continue that. They do try to have a consistent throughput with that. With Sonic, it's just, shit happens! There's a god now! One of those gods is angry. The other god is angry. Another one of the gods is angry. The gods are always angry. Sonic can defeat them by punching them in the face regularly. That's about it. That's all we know. There is no consistency between any of the games at all in any way, shape, or form. Also disconnected unless they said otherwise. Yeah, exactly. They are. There's no through line in the Sonic games. Meant to Elise, not Blaze. Oh, okay, that makes more sense. Would you like watch the Green Mile that have just offhanded into the world? Yeah, I don't know. It could have. Like I said, fucking having a princess cry release the flames of disaster just doesn't even make sense to begin with, and I don't know why that was what they went with. That effort was 100% backwards planned. How that worked, simply touching a badnik causes Sonic to explode into jewelry, but he can somehow punch gods in the face. Cause game mechanics, that's how. You know if there's any lore to Sonic Pinball? Not a clue. None whatsoever, but probably not. I highly doubt Sonic Pinball has lore that matters. All Sonic games are even Sonic Roboblast 1 and 2. Does he punch? Like, how does he fight? Spin dash. He fights with spin dash. Everything is a spin dash. Ugh. What else? What else that was there? What else was there? What else, guys? This game takes up 3 of those timelines. Yep, this game takes up 3 of those timelines. I mean, they're self-contained timelines, technically. I'm gonna scroll back to see if I can find some questions that you guys asked earlier. See if there's anything that didn't get covered. Does Iblis just have a random appeal saying he, him, she, her pretty interchangeably, but I don't really see they, them. I don't think any of them have set pronouns, to be honest. I think most people just refer to Iblis as he, him because he, him default. But no, there's not like actual set pronoun. I think they do use. Okay, so I think the reason you see she, her a lot is a fandom thing. Because as you can probably guess, there is a lot of fanon in the Sonic fandom because Sonic is bullshit and it lives and dies on the fandom. So there is a lot of fan theories about a lot of things with every game. And so I think the reason that you probably see she, her along with he, him a lot is because of the Iblis Mephiles connection. The fact that there's 2 of them. And so the fandom likes to gender swap things a lot. And so a lot of people like kind of consider since Mephiles kind of uses anything at all, because he actually has speaking terms, a lot of people are just like, like they kind of see them more as siblings, or rather than being 2 halves of a god, is kind of a common fandom thing. And so since Mephiles is often seen as a he, him, people just she, her, Iblis as like a mirror situation kind of thing. But that's not canon in any way, shape, or form. Alright, Iblis's fan comic. Okay, that's again, that's fan comic. Forces Sonic into its own shadow and takes his body being the sun and not the shadow, and that Sonic from has booba. Yeah, yeah. It all just comes down to fanon. a lot of shit in the Sonic community comes down to fanon. Like, for example, one of the headcanons that I have that I saw mentioned once before that I actually, like, I fuck with is that Sonic is actually a descendant of a wind god. And that's why he's, you know, the way he is. I know a lot of people do lightning, but I personally think wind suits him better. And, like, what else? I don't know. Nothing's immediately coming to mind. But that's been a really long fandom, fan theory for, like, ever. Something Night of the Wind, yeah. Like, even before Black Knight came out, that was kind of like a theory that floated around. I remember Sonic being a wind god incarnate for a long time. Yeah, exactly. Like, that was just a thing, a throwaway thing that I saw once back on the DeviantArt days, and I'm just like, yeah, you know, that makes sense, actually. I like that one. I fuck with that. Sonic uses lightning, but I think regular Sonic always uses it in the movies. Yeah. And it's like, eh. And, like, obviously shit changes every single time between a bunch of the games, too. So, nothing's really consistent with Sonic. So, it's kind of hard to have any kind of set for sure, like, this is definitely a thing kind of thing with Sonic. And I think that's part of what makes it fun, is that it, you know, most theories are just as practical as any of the others, because Sonic is such an inconsistent thing and the world is such an inconsistent thing that basically just anything fucking goes, really. But, yeah. I shouldn't have scrolled back. I should scroll back up. I know there was a few more questions throughout the thing, but I'd have to scroll back quite a while. Yeah, it won't even let me go that far back. I ignored my booba metaphor. Because I missed it. So Sonic keeps the flames in the booba. God damn it, Fox. Oh, it's outright stated that Super Sonic can challenge these deities because he has the same lightning powers as Perfect Chaos, just more centralized. Oh. I see. Okay. But again, things are inconsistent between the games, so like what one game says doesn't always like hold up to literally every other game. So that one might just be specifically in the Sonic Adventure world. Also, yeah, a lot of times lightning and wind are kind of boofed together. Storm. So, but yeah, so when I was, alright, I guess, okay. Final call for official, actual canon story questions, and then we're gonna move on to bullshit. Go back in time and show yourself in 2006 this presentation. Do you think it would create a divergent timeline in your own life, or do you think you'd probably end up in the same place? In 2006, if you told me I got dragged down this route this hard in 2006, I would probably murder someone. Time for bed now. Alright, sleep well. I can't just say or do anything other than this presentation. When does Metal Overload Big the Cat come into play? Never. At any point. Ever. I know that eventually you make this model and get this far down this rabbit hole. Yeah, I don't think I'd be very happy. Cause here's the thing. Here's the thing about me and Sonic. I've mentioned this a few times before. I was not originally the Sonic person in the friend group. I got dragged into this fandom kicking and fucking screaming. I resisted Sonic for so fucking long. And it wasn't until, like, God, I guess at least like 2010, 2011, when I finally fully got dragged in. And that was when this repair house started. It was when I was finally, like, in the sinkhole, could not escape, no vines in sight. So, like, in 2006, I would be fighting tooth and nail. I'd be like, no, fuck you. No, fuck you, I don't wanna. Can resist on ulti, it's no use. God damn it. Yeah. But yeah, no, I resisted Sonic until I could no longer. So in 2006, if you showed me this, I would be so fucking mad. I'd be so fucking mad. Alright, how far into this did I get? I didn't get halfway through. I wouldn't be like, how? No, I think I'd just be pissed. Like, knowing what I was like in 2006, I was an angry fucking teenager then. Fucking, if you told me this shit was my eventual fate, I would just be nothing but mad. I would be nothing but mad. Alright, but I just accepted it over time. I'm just like, I guess this is where I am now. I guess this is my fate. I just accepted it. I think, actually, more than anything, if you told me I made this model in Blender, that's the part that I would have been interested in. Like, if you told me that I made this model and that I made it by myself, purely in Blender from scratch by myself, that's the part I would be interested in. Because I did try Blender back then. Way back when. I did attempt Blender back in high school. I just gave up. And then I didn't touch it for years. And then I came back to it with VTubing, and that's when it finally clicked. So if you told me that I eventually get a handle on Blender, onto the default Blender cube. Yeah. Alright. Then I guess I can close this. This is finally done. I'm finally done with this. Boy, am I happy to be done with this. Are we playing the game tonight? I sure will! After we come back from the break is what we're gonna be starting the actual game. So. Alright. Now that we have as fully covered the official Sonic 06 stuff, now I will go in to the extra little bit. I did attempt to make a timeline for this. There was an attempt to redo the timeline for Disrepair House and show where that all fits in. But I didn't get all the way through it. I'm kind of missing a lot of it, as you can see here. Cause because by the time I got to this point, I was so done working on this shit that I just didn't want to touch it anymore. So I gave up, and I was just like, ah, fuck this shit. So I got as far as I could. But didn't get all the way. So, this one's gonna be more kind of just... a verbal going over things, I suppose. So, the initial creation of this character, this model, her story, begins at long before the beginning of Shadow's route. So in Shadow's route, it starts with Rouge stealing the scepter. But obviously, the Doctor had to get the scepter to begin with. The Doctor was clearly... he discovered Project Solaris and went, I'ma fuck with the gods again! That's a good idea! That's worked so well for me in every single situation in the past! I'ma do it again! And so obviously he had to find the scepter at some point, and was experimenting on it. And that's where this story begins. Technically, it starts there. The story itself doesn't start there, but technically, the story starts with the Doctor experimenting with the scepter, and the way that Itara was created was through Metal Sonic's attempts, because obviously he's gonna offload as much work as he possibly can on somebody else. Mainly because I kind of wrote this with the robots in mind. When I finally got dragged into this, it was through the robots. And so when I learned that Metal Sonic was originally planned to be in Sonic 06, I started kind of theorizing, trying to figure out where he fits into the story. And so that is where I started. And fucking ads. I guess I'll wait for the ads to end and then I'll go into it. But I've been talking for so long. I've been talking for so long. My throat's so dry. It's so hot. But what do you guys think so far? Are you getting a grasp? Have you grasped? Have you firmly grasped the Sonic 06 timeline? Do you understand what you didn't before? Have you gone into this and gone, ah yes, I vaguely understand this game, but not really because it makes no sense, and now you've come out of it like, ah yes, it makes sense now. Or have you come into this like, I've never played this game and I don't know what it's about, and now I understand it entirely. I understand it's convoluted. It is convoluted, yes. It is very convoluted, and that is why it needed an entire 3-hour stream to go over its timeline, because it is fucking convoluted. This is exactly why my friends asked me to do this in the first place, is because even though I was not the most Sonic person amongst my friends, I was the one who understood Sonic 06 to a degree, and so I became the one to explain it. What you said I understood more than before. Yay! I'll take that. As long as there's some semblance of understanding that wasn't there before. Because yeah, I was definitely not the most Sonic-y person of my friend group. But I was the one who knew the way the fuck too much about this one specifically. Thank you for the hydrate. Like, it's kind of funny that I've become kind of like the Sonic person to a lot of my stream, to like my community. I'm kind of known as a Sonic person amongst the community now, but realistically speaking, it's just this one fucking game. Like, I played the original, you know, the first 3 Sonic games when I was an actual child, back when it was, you know, pixelated and a side-scroller, but I'm not actually as big of a Sonic person as you'd think I am. It is literally just this one fucking game, and it's just the lore. Everything that I know about this game has been trying to connect dots in this game specifically, or everything I know about Sonic is in some way related to Sonic 06. Because I either had to look something up for Disrepair House, or I was trying to look stuff up in relation to this, that, those, and the other, but like everything kind of, for me, comes back down to this game. Anyways, welcome back from the ads community. Okay, so anyways, back to this. So yeah. Itara was created because, like I said, I read that Metal Sonic was originally supposed to be playable in Sonic 06, and so I started theorizing about how he would work, how he would fit into the game, what his role was, what his situation was, and so I kind of came down to the idea that he might have been the one in charge of the scepter. And so that's kind of where it all started. And so the reason Itara was created is Metal Sonic was attempting to harness the power of the scepter and forced it into the body of a Mobian child, who then broke out and escaped when Rouge broke into the base to steal the scepter. So she got the scepter after this experiment was finally a success. And so both the scepter, Mephiles, and Itara were kind of broken free at the same time. And so while Mephiles went about doing the things that Mephiles does with the understanding of what he is and what he needs to do to become Solaris again, Itara did not. Itara just kind of came into existence, not knowing anything, and she's just like, what the fuck is going on? And then, like, 2 days later, the world explodes, and everybody dies, and Crisis City happens, and she's just like, well, fuck me, I guess. And so she originally, much like Silver, lived through the original timeline, the 200 years into the future when Crisis City happened. As she just kind of lived through that, and she didn't really have control of her powers. And in that Crisis City, while Mephiles was going around doing Silver-related stuff, he also ran into her, and he's just like, that is a tiny piece of my power that is running around. I gotta deal with that. And so he teaches her that she has powers and how to use them, and initially planned for her to sacrifice herself, and so he could get that tiny shard of his power back and deal with Shadow at the same time, except it doesn't end up working out like that. She does in fact not die and is rescued by Robot instead. And then through shenanigans, she goes back in time to the present, and it starts working for Mephiles to help him achieve his goals, but also trying to achieve her own goals of saving her robots. And so the entire story focuses around her simultaneously helping Mephiles destroy the world, but also kind of realizing maybe we shouldn't destroy the world after all, maybe the world is worth saving. Specifically because I have this broken robot here that I care very much about, and this possessed ghost doll that I also care very much about, and eventually this other broken robot that I will come to care very much about. And so therefore, I am going to stop my sun godfather from destroying the world so that I can keep my little robot family intact. And that's basically the first arc of Disrepair House is that. And it kind of all intertwines and interlocks with the Sonic 06 story, except it adds Metal Sonic, and it fixes some of the bullshit plot holes that made me mad. I originally wrote this out of rage. Like, once I kind of started looking into Sonic 06 and the story of it, it made me so mad that I ended up writing this story as a fix-it fic out of rage, because I'm like, this story is dumb and the ending is stupid and it makes me mad, so I'm rewriting it. Except focused on the robots and this tiny time traveling child. And her robot father. And so that is how Itara came to be. Was just a tiny shard of Mephiles that broke free, that wasn't supposed to exist in the first place. And it becomes the reason that the world gets saved. Sort of. Kind of. Kind of. She also wants to destroy the world, but by the end, she's like, maybe this isn't such a good idea after all. I have these robots that I like, and I would like them to not be destroyed, and I've already seen Crisis City, and I'm not so fond of that, actually. And she obviously knows that Solaris wants to destroy the timelines entirely, and that would also destroy her robots, and she's like, I have a conundrum. Also, in the story, Sonic does not come back to life. He is not revived by the Chaos Emeralds. And so it comes down to the robots to fight Solaris instead. It ends up being the robots and Shadow who use the power of the Chaos Emeralds to fight Solaris. Because Sonic is fucking dead. And he stays that way. Same with Elise. Elise is also dead. But yeah, so that's a very brief overview of Disrepair House and the timeline and the revival of Metal Knuckles, because everybody forgets that Metal Knuckles exists, and so it's just like, how fucking dare you? I'm gonna fix that. I threw Metal Sonic back in there, and I inserted Metal Knuckles and Tails Doll. Because everybody forgets about them, and I think that is a travesty. So, actually, the story is mostly about Metal Knuckles. It's like a good solid, like, 60% Metal Knuckles, 40% Itara. And, as mentioned before, actually, I could just do this. There we go. I have a button for that! Much like Sonic, which has been going on for 20 years, I have been writing this story for, like, 11 now. And so it has 4 different arcs of story at this point. It was technically only supposed to have 3. When I originally first started working on Disrepair House, right out the gate, I knew it was going to be a 3-arc story. That's what I planned. The first arc was going to be a complete rewrite of Sonic 06, and then it was going to lead up to spoilers. But I knew right out the gate that it was gonna be a 3-arc story, and so it did eventually end up being a 3-arc story. The reason there's a 4th one is because I have a problem, and I discovered yet more robots that I wanted to fix, and I'm like, well, I do have a story about a bunch of broken robots. So I made a technically non-canon to my own story 4th arc that's just kind of a shits and giggles slice of life thing that is currently ongoing, but is not technically actually part of the main story. It's just a what if epilogue, essentially. Not epilogue. Epilogue? Epilogue. I don't know. Anyways, it's a thing. It exists, and it's technically ongoing. And, yeah. So, that's what this character is from. And her story is written entirely on fanfictions websites. Not fanfic.net. I've abandoned fanfic.net, but I mean cosplay is this OC and VRC. Yeah, I need to update a lot of my VR chat models. The confusion I get for joining late. It sure is! Very late! Well, what's up, Vlad? How's it going? Vog. Vog? Vog. Alright, so... What are you gonna do? I'm going great. I'm trying to think if there are any final thoughts that I need to add. I think I covered everything. Can you guys think of anything else? Did you have any more questions? Because if not, I guess we'll go on a lunch break, and then when we come back, we will finally play Sonic 06. I don't know why for some reason voice fits this more than your actual model. What? What? Why? I don't know what that says. I don't know how I feel about that sentence. I do like this model though. I do really like how this model turned out. I'm gonna be honest. Like, legit. I love this model. Also, here's a fun little fact. All right. Oh, actually, the fucking backdrop. Right. I should mention that. So obviously, because I was working on a lot of things, I have a bunch of screenshots of various locations from Sonic 06. And while I was trying to debate which one to use, because I realized I'm like, I don't want to use like my normal office. I should use something related. And so one idea was to do fucking where's it at? Where are you? Oh yeah, I forgot I had a filter on. There we go. One idea was to have Crisis City as the backdrop. For obvious reasons. But I ultimately decided against that one because I'm like, nah. Mostly just because it's kind of busy. Could be confused with me. So yeah, like Crisis City was one of the ideas that I had. I obviously have, where's the marina? The marina, the Soliana Marina was one idea that I had. And I have, Kingdom Valley was an idea as well. Soliana itself. I think I have one in front of the torch. Yeah. There's one in front of the torch. And then, but when I was thinking about it, I'm like, where's a place that Itara actually hangs out? Where's a place that she spent a lot of time? That's also like not too busy for a backdrop. And ultimately, I decided the laboratory because she spent a lot of time under this console. She slept under this console. This specific console right here was like her main sleeping place for several years. Well, not years, but she hung out here a lot. And I'm like, that's perfect. That's where it's gonna be. That's the thing. We'll play any other Sonic games on stream. Yes, there is at least one other Sonic game that I do plan to play after this one. So we're gonna play Sonic 06. the original, not the remake, the fan-made remake. I did consider the fan-made remake, but I wanted to, you know, obviously I want to play the original. But also apparently the fan-made remake removes all of the cutscenes. And considering I'm the lore person, I'm not here for the gameplay. I'm here for the lore. So I didn't think that'd be fitting. So we're gonna play the original. But after that, because I put this off until this stream, I said a lot. Last year, I think it was. Yeah, it was last year. I said that there was a game that we were gonna play, but I was waiting until we played Sonic 06. And that is Shadow X Generations. So once we finish Sonic 06, we're gonna finally also be playing Shadow Generations. So I wanted to do it after we played Sonic 06 so that we kind of had the context of the timeline stream, because I know Mephiles comes back for that game, and so I wanted to have the full context of Mephiles and his story and what happens in this game and Crisis City and all of that before we get to whatever they did in Generations. I'm talking about shout out John. You have been. You're not the only one either. Chat's been asking about that one for a while now, and I kept saying when we play after Sonic 06, after that timeline stream, we will play Generations. So that is finally on the docket as we're doing this now. So yes, we will also finally be playing Sonic X Shadow. So yeah, but I think that about sums it up. You guys. I think that is finally, we have finally gotten through. We've finally done Sonic 06, the timeline stream, all that information, everything that I know about Sonic now, you guys know. If you come up with any other questions that wasn't answered, then feel free to ask them, and I'll answer to the best of my abilities. And yeah. Oof! I hear a dog boof barking. So yeah. So once again, thank you guys for waiting so long for me to do this. I know, like I said, we hit 1K like 2 years ago. I've been working on this model for at least a year now. It's been a long time coming, and we've finally done it. So thank you guys for your patience on this one. I know, like I said, I know it took me a long time. I know it got pushed to the side a lot. I've been doing a lot of projects. A lot of shit's been going on. So I appreciate you guys holding out on this one for me. And now that we have finally got it done, it's finally done. It can finally be marked off the to-do list. This was the last big, huge, major project on my to-do list, and now I can finally check it off. But also, I hope you enjoyed my presentation. I hope you learned something. And like I said, I will be editing the VOD down into a video for the main channel afterwards. So if there's any parts that you missed or wanted to go back and watch it again, that will be it'll be up as a full video later on. And if you're watching this later, YouTube, be sure to like and comment and subscribe and let me know what you think. And if you played Sonic 06 back when it initially released, and if you were a lore person, and if you were a fellow Mephiles fan, I also want to know that, because we're friends now. I want the original Mephiles fans to shout it out, because you can finally definitely learn to Finger 5. Fuck yeah! We've been friends since that time. We have been friends since that time. It's such a long time. But yes, so yeah. I guess actually, and I'm sure there's probably gonna be some people who want to go to bed before Make you feel old? Dude, fucking everything makes me feel old. I am old at this point. But I'm sure there's people who probably want to go to bed, will go to bed before lunch break. So just real quick, before we go, I want to show you guys the overlay that I made. I made a special overlay for this stream. Da-da-da! Look, chat! Look at the chat box! Actually, wait. Hang on, I wanna... Do I have this? That's cliche. Hang on, I wanna show you guys. That's so cool, so aesthetic. It's green, god damn it. Okay, I'm gonna do this, because I wanna show you guys the chat box, because it's cool. Look, it's a little like chat modular thing. Cause I was just like, find you guys another walkie. Cause I'm like, okay, I need a little. I was debating if I wanted to do like a little box for chat or if I just wanted to have it like my normal overlay. But then I'm just like, wait a minute, I have an idea. I have an idea actually. I could do like a little little broken robot chat box. What Casey's in his HUD? Exactly! Exactly! That's exactly it! I knew you guys would get my vision! Metal do be sending them passive aggressive messages. I see you see me! Cause I'm just like, I could do a little robot. I could do a little robot thing for chat. So I did a little robot thing for chat. And I love how it looks. There we go. Literally your vision. Yeah, but yeah, I did like, there's like, the crystals in the bottom there, and then it's kind of hard to see, but the top is supposed to be like, it's all on fire and everything. So you kind of have like the crystals, and then the fires, and the chat box. So it's a very disrepair house overlay. I really like how it turned out. And then I don't know if you guys noticed, but there's little like lightning bits around the edges for a certain Sparky robot. There's a lot of disrepair house in this overlay. I'm very proud of myself for this one. I don't know how often I'll be able to use this, but I'm very proud of myself for this overlay. Sparky. But also, to whoever, I forget who it was, but somebody was asking me yesterday, while we were playing Warframe, why the people being called Solaris was very funny to me. This is why. Solaris is the sun god from Sonic 06. Also, this is why I was US. I thought it was you, Vlad, but I couldn't remember for sure, but I thought so. But yes, this is why the Warframe people being called Solaris was very funny to me, because this stream. Also, this is also why I was insulted by being called Sparky by What's-Her-Face. Like, excuse me, my attitude isn't that bad. Wasn't even nice enough to join it. Wow! I put together this whole, a whole PowerPoint presentation to explain my joke, and you're not even here to see it. Unfucking believable. Hi, right on, you're not new. Casually joined after it finished. Unfucking believable. I can't believe you do this. Can't believe you do me dirty like this. I guess you're just gonna have to watch the actual gameplay and we'll find out who Solaris is that way. DC, we did DC earlier, and it's very annoying. I was really hoping my internet wouldn't fucking do that, but I knew it would. I fucking knew it would! There's still no option to be not new. No, because I turned that off. I guess I can turn that back on now. I suppose. You guys have seen the model now, so you can't pull shenanigans. Hi Vlad, you're also not new. Let me go turn the redeems off, or turn the redeems that I turned off back on. Because I was gonna fucking turn Mega Throw off. I shoulda. Apparently I shoulda. Yeah, that. Yeah, that. Where? Oh yeah, also, obviously, I made an Itara Grem model as well. I also made an Itara model in Spirit City. There we go. That's what I was looking for. Open the gates! God damn it, guys. See, that's why I turned it off. That's exactly why I turned it off. Because I learned from the Nantucket reveal that you guys can't be trusted! Menaces! But let me, I mean, you guys have seen. God damn it. You have too many points. You guys have too many points. But I think you guys have seen the Itara Grem mode form. But y'all have too many points! God damn it. You know what? Make the child dance. That's fine. Let's see. Up. Ah! But. Ta-da! I mean, this is always a good way to test my fucking rigging. The dance is cute. The dance is cute. It's just a silly thing, because my chat is really bad about, my chat is a bunch of smartasses. And uses the hi I'm new redeem every stream. So I made a hi I'm not new for a ridiculous amount of points. And I just added a fucking little dance to it. And they use that during model reveals because they're a bunch of menaces. Let's see. Okay, let me swap the program really quick. So you guys have seen this model before. And this is the little Grem form Itara with the hair that doesn't like to hair properly. But yeah. I can use this one now more often. Also got a little Solaris in there. I won't understand. It'll be great for me. Yeah, no, I don't think so. God damn it. There we go. Okay. Now. Oh yeah, also, I redid a bunch of, things. I had to get the fucking controller to work with this model, because this model is so much smaller than my, God damn it. Truly inspirational. Yeah, apparently. But to get this, what was that quoted? Don't question it. Levitating controller, yeah. But yeah, fucking, to get this, like, the pose. The pose did not, want to work with the default settings, so I had to make a whole separate, like, graph. A whole separate node graph and a whole bunch of different settings. I had to readjust a lot of settings to get this shit to work. But I got it to work and it works now! The pose did not want. The pose did not want! But now I have it separated between all of my models. So also let me just reiterate how small this model is. Okay, I need you guys to understand exactly how small this is. So look at this model, right? Look at this model, because I made these accurate. I like to make my models accurate to height. Let me show you how small this is compared to even the tech model. And then I'll show you how small it is compared to the kite model, okay? So let me load in tech. Bah. Okay? Alright? You see how much taller this is? If I go to the gaming pose in this setting, you're just looking at my hips. This is where I'm set in this model. Okay? That's how much bigger the tech model is. Now, I would like you to see, let me load in the kite model, who is even taller. Okay. No way to go back. And there we go. That's nada. This is also fun. This is also another model that needs fixing. But like, this is just looking at my knees. Looking at my knees as it clips through my skirt. And then this one. That is how short this model is, and that is why I had to redo a bunch of. That's why I had to redo a bunch of like positions and toggles and camera locations. So this model is fucking itty goddamn bitty. You know, I catch it straight to the yeah. I mean, I made her in like, obviously I made her in Sonic proportions, but I also made her Sonic height. And she's small even for a Mobian. So she's like 2.5 feet. I didn't see you there. Yeah. Cause like, actually, technically, Kite is even taller, because Kite is half the size that they're supposed to be. Kite is 12 feet tall. But the model is 6 feet. Because I halved it, and I don't remember having it, but I halved it. And Tech is 5'3". And Itara is 2.5. I think Kite doesn't have any feet. True. Kite doesn't have any feet. But Itara's small. Small. It's funny, because like the robots are... my robots are bigger than most, because they're more sized human-wise for a variety of reasons. But Itara is like tiny, small, itty-bitty. Itty-bitty, small, tiny. But, alright, so that is that. So, one that loves the size and age gap? No. So I haven't seen our Metal Sonics. I know! It's so funny. Peacock did some art of like our collective medals and their height differences, and it's very funny. It's very cute. Proper use size. I'm not 2.5! I'm not small! Fuck you guys! I'm so tall! Not right now, but... You sure? Yes! Yes, I am. I'm very sure. I'm also delaying now. I mean, so much with the other AE that she's... say metal and I don't even think I'm sorry. Yeah. It's funny because I was like, I was supposed to finish that chapter like ages ago, and I keep working on other stuff, and I'm just like, oh no. How tall is that glasses coon ass? He also short! He's like... God. 5'4". He's 5'4". Oh, like an inch taller than me. It's like an inch taller than me. We'll talk Kier's like, Kier's is 6'1". So she's very tall. But Kier's is also tall. Because her dad's only 5'10". Lunar! Welcome on in, Raiders! How's it going? How's it hanging? What's up? You're here just in time for me to go on lunch break. But how was your stream? What were you up to? Tell me all about it. How was Slay the Spire? Oh shit, some Slay the Spire. Blah, blah, blah. I've been talking for 3 hours straight. My mouth is tired and I have to talk more. But how's it going? How was your stream? But also, welcome on in, Raiders. How's it going? How's it hanging? I'm Kateki. Well, right to now, I'm not Kateki, but I'm normally Kateki, your primordial deity of chaos. Sometimes in cat form, right now in hedgehog form. How's it going? Hell yeah, terribly timed raid! Yay, I love terribly timed raids. I mean, technically, lunch break aside, you're just in time for me to start playing Sonic 06. So if you think about it, it's really good time raid. Because we haven't gotten to the game yet, because I've been talking this entire time. But I hope your stream was good. I hope it was a good time. I hope you had fun. And welcome on in, Raiders. Today has been a stream that I've been putting off for 2 years, working on for 2 years, not putting off. I've been working on it. It just took me a very long time. But I think it's But yes, today was a stream that I have been working on for 2 fucking years, and we just finished up with the PowerPoint presentation part of it and the debuting of this brand new model. I finished this. Look at them stompies. Look at these stompies. Look at these shoes. Aren't they cute? And they glow. The shoes glow! Actually, did I tell you guys that? Did I mention that part? The shoes glow? Hang on. Wow. So, I have high glowies. But also, the shoes glow. Is that not sick as fuck? There's this Skechers thing where they light up. Yes! Because I was like, you know what? They're robot colored, so they need to light up like robots. So I did that. That was very cool. Thank you. I've been working on it for a long time. It is made entirely from scratch in Blender. Man. Wow. It's very cute. You know, the skirt doesn't actually clip as much as I thought it would. Because, like, you guys know I've been having problems with tech skirts clipping a lot. And as we saw earlier, fucking Kite's skirt just doesn't even have foot collision, apparently. I need to fix that. But Kite's model needs a lot of fixing, especially that outfit. It needs so much fixing. It was meant to make me feel like I try too hard to be perfect. See, so did I. But that's why I have deadlines. That's why I set deadlines so that I can't do that. Because there's a lot about this model that I want to fix. Like, you'll see it sometimes. The eye, I can't make it do it now. I can never make it do it when I want to do it on purpose, but sometimes the eyelid closes too much and you can see the whites underneath it, and the mouth blend shapes aren't great, but it was really hard to do mouth blend shapes on a muzzle. I don't know if you guys have ever tried to do blend shapes on a muzzle, but it was not easy. And so it was kind of a struggle, because like, it's hard to make it not look janky, you know? Because like, even if you look at the Sonic 3D models, and because the fucking Sonic's mouth movements were, especially in like the Sonic Adventure era, are notoriously janky. So I was trying to make it not look like that. And I did my best. I did my best with it. And I did blend shapes on a muzzle. I was, god damn it. It was fab. It looks okay. It needs a little adjusting. I realized I didn't move the teeth with the mouth. And now that you guys have pointed that out, you're gonna see it too. You probably didn't even notice it, but now you're gonna notice it because I pointed it out. But I've seen it, and it bothers me. Looks good. It looks okay. And I think there was something else. Well, there was something else. Ah! I'm being good!
Lunar Oatmeal gifted a tier 1 sub to Sue Amazu.
Yay! Oh, hey, I stopped it from doing the double thing. Woohoo! Thank you for the gift sub! Hell yeah, let's go! It looks like a Sonic character works. It do kinda, yeah. Ah! But... Yeah, there's surprisingly little clipping. Like, I know this skirt is simpler than Tek's, because it's not 3-tiered. But, yeah. No, I think it works surprisingly well, all things considered. There's a little bit of clipping sometimes, but it's not that bad. It's only like super extremes. So, that's the special event, I guess. I appreciate it! Thank you! And, also, you guys might think that this pocket is drawn on. I don't know if I ever pointed this out, but if you guys thought this pocket was drawn on, allow me to blow your mind. It's not. It's actually fully modeled. The buttons and the pocket and the overalls are all actually modeled. Like, the button has the back of a button and everything. Will you ever see it, and will that ever matter? No. But the pocket is a pocket. Pocket is the pocket. I was also gonna do raised, fuck, what's it called? Lace? No, threads. Threads! I was also gonna do raised threads, as well, but I didn't. I kind of gave up at that point. I'm just like, no, that's way the fuck too much effort. I even accepted that I pay you for things when you're free to do my model. Oh my god. Here's a 3D model of a Tamagotchi in the pocket. I could! You're right! Yeah, well, yeah, because they're Sonic's hands. Actually, the size of the hands is was kind of like one of the biggest problems that I had with the gamepad. Because they just... The original one with the proportions, the Sonic proportions, everything just kind of clipped around together. Especially the hands, they're nothing. The proportions are really weird, and so it took a lot of finagling to get this to work. But yeah, I made it. It's all Sonic proportions. The only thing, there's a few things that I did like more in like my chibi styles, like the legs. The legs are done in like more my style for that sort of stuff. Obviously the hair The quills are a little bit more my style, but disgust. It's not the disgust. It's the horror. That's a lot of work. But yeah, fucking the same thing. No, not even remotely the same thing. Let me find, like, the original ref sheet for this. Oh yeah, I guess I could show you guys, like, kind of the drawn version. Because I did that with the tech model, too, is I kind of did a comparison of the 3D model to my 2D art. And I think I did a pretty good job. Ah, fuck. I wasn't expecting that to be so big. But I think I did a pretty good job of making it pretty, like, accurate to, like, my art style. The fuck? Come back here. The hands were hard, though. The hands were really hard. But, like, was not so shabby, all things considered. I was pretty close. Obviously, the curly cues in the hair are slightly less curly, because I was just kind of messing around with that. But otherwise, I think it's pretty accurate. I think you start from scratch. Oh, well, that's a different story then. But yeah, I think I did a pretty good job. And if we compare that to some actual art, what? Why? Why? Oh yeah, that's the other thing, is I was originally gonna have the shoes, one side be blue and one side be red, but for UV texturing related reasons, I decided to just do it half and half like this to make my life a little bit easier. So that's one difference. Also, I guess, there we go. Now it's accurate. So yeah, like, art compared to... I mean, I draw her hair down a lot, but... art compared to model. I think it's pretty good. I think I did a pretty good job. I do say so myself. But yeah, I obviously draw legs and feet a little bit different than the actual Sonic style, because I like the more chibi look. I think it's more fun. So, I did that. But otherwise, for the most part, I kept it pretty close to Sonic proportions. It was great, thank you. Toothpaste. See, I've gotten toothpaste, I've gotten mint, I've gotten mint ice cream specifically. But yeah, alright, so. We're gonna go on a lunch break now, finally. And when we come back, we'll start the actual game. So, yeah. So, we're gonna go do that. So, in the meantime, everybody go get some snack, get some drink, get some stretch. Look away from the screen for a little while. Fucking crush it, yay. I'm glad to be done with this. And, We'll be back in about 15 minutes. Oh, what time will that be? Hang on. We'll be back at the, let's just say that's the 55, so 10 mark? 10 mark. Let's say 10 mark. Alright, so we will be back at the 10 mark. In the meantime, everybody go get some snack, get some drink, get some stretch, look away from the screen for a little while. We'll be back in about 15 minutes to actually finally play Sonic 06. So, here we fucking go. But I hope you guys enjoy the new model and the timeline and all that good fun stuff. I had fun putting it together, and it's nice to finally just get to talk about that shit for 3 hours straight. I've been holding that in for years, and now I finally get to just expunge all of my knowledge. Ah. Alright, but I'll see you guys in 15, alright? Alright. We're back! I should probably do a, message that we are officially playing the game now. Also have to reset my go live on Twitch, or on Blue Sky. It only goes to like 3 hours. I stream for 6. It technically goes to 4, but... Alright, there we go. Okay. Do that. And... it is time. It is time! I got ready to play Sonic 06! On the PS3! Which was a pain in the ass to get captured! Also, it is so fucking hot in my office, you guys. Like, I opened that door and stepped out of my office, and I swear to God, it was like a 20-degree drop! It's so hot in here, then I came back in, and I was like, ah. There it is. There it is. The game. The Sonic. The 06. Ah, man. No, you stop that. Nope. Nuh-uh. Alright. Okay, subtitles are on. I forgot this game had a 2-player mode. Even after doing all that research, it was kind of irrelevant to the lore, so... Whew. Alright. It's time. The Sonic. It's time for the Sonic. Are you guys ready for the Sonic? I'm gonna give it a minute just so that I can make sure everybody's back from break. But also so I can just listen to this music. It's weird. It's weird finally being here after this long. It's weird being here after being obsessed with this game for so long. Like, that's the extra weird part for me specifically, is like actually playing this game after being obsessed with it for literally a decade. Alright. Episode Sonic. Also, the audio's working, right? Soliana. And there she is, our kidnappee. She looks like a kidnappee. Oh no, the fires. Iblis.
Miss Elise? It's all right. We give thanks for the blessed flames. May we always continue to have peace.
Aha.
Soliana, guide and watch over us with your eternal light.
Whoosh. And kaboom!
Pleasure to meet you at last, Princess of Soliana. I am Dr. Eggman. I've come here to obtain the secret of the flames of disaster from you, and to take the miracle gems that are the key to its secret, the Chaos Emerald. Now, Princess, this way, please.
I like how you can hear glass shattering in the background. There's a lot of like little sound effects. Ah, and there he is.
Snazzy performance there. I'm Sonic. Sonic the Hedgehog.
Not the irritating hedgehog again. Attack!
There are so many little sound effects. And there's Silver! Having just arrived!
Found him. The Iblis trigger.
Why are you helping me?
No special reason.
That's just what he do!
Sonic!
And kidnapped.
I'm afraid our little game ends now.
Sonic! Take this!
I don't know why he didn't just bash the carrier then.
And don't worry, I'll rescue you.
I don't know why you don't just do it now. There's literally no reason you can't just
It's only a matter
do
of
it now
time, or it's mine.
instead of staring off
You can hold on to it for me.
for He's bashed much bigger carriers than that. Drama. Yeah, the plot has to happen. That's why. Let me move that fast. Oh, that low to the ground and a princess carry of all things? Yeah. Collect information about Dr. Eggman! Do we really need to? Are we sure? We sure we don't just automatically know what exactly he's gonna do because it's Eggman and that's what he do? These are some long-ass loading screens. I'm so used to my
What's Eggman
computer.
up to? I need to gather some information.
Off I repart. Whee! And now... Oh. Tank controls? I don't know if I like that. Can I swap that? That's swappable? I don't like that. Waiting for the loading screens. Ugh. Can I? Ah. Oh, that's gonna bother me, but... Guys, we're here in Soliana! Finally! After so long! Oh, that's gonna bother me! I need to invert the camera! Hey, you, do you know any- wrong button. Oh my god. Ooh, okay.
Huh?
Oh, okay. Soliana has always been a peaceful country. I can't believe something like this would happen overnight! I can. You sure you can't? A good place to have a vacation. Yeah, it's a great place for a vacation. It gets really hot though. Oh my god. Okay, that's... Oof. Okay.
If you see a mark above the head...
Yeah. Marks mean people are important. I know how to play a video game. Rumors about the blue wind was seen during the festival, but I wonder if they're true. You mean the one that's standing right in front of you? That blue wind? So what are you doing? I've explored this map pretty extensively in VR chat. It's very nice to actually just kind of walk around, but it's. Oh, what that? Can I have that? Oh, these camera controls are gonna drive me nuts. They're inverted. Please tell me I can change that. Please tell me that there's a control for that. Ocean is so calm, it's hard to believe it. Blah, 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 blah. Yeah. That's basically the exact same thing the other person said.
Whoa!
Okay,
Eggman up to? need to
I
get
guess I
some
should actually
information.
play. Saw a fox with two tails over by the plaza. It seems he was looking for someone. A fox with two tails? Tails doll? Kipper? Kipper, is that you? I don't really care. You're not Tails, doll. You're just Tails.
Sonic!
Tails, long time no see.
Why?
Glad you're here. I heard that you tried to save their princess from Dr. Eggman. You're going to rescue her, aren't you? Let me help. I may not know what Eggman's up to, but it can't be a good thing.
What?
Okay, with your help, this should be a piece of cake.
I'll
That's
do my
crazy. Eggman up to no good? Unheard of. I thought he was a good guy. Always doing good things. Like releasing various gods, pissing them off in the process, and causing world-ending destruction. Seems like some good shit to me. Also, can we talk about how often Robotnik, specifically, releases various gods, pisses them off, and then causes world-ending destruction? Because this has happened 3 times now! Danger over by the beach, bada bada bada. Alright, danger by the beach. It's for funsies, yeah. Oh, this camera's gonna drive me nuts! Entrance to the beach is right there. Can you see it? Nah, I'm blind. I'll do if I have that kind of drive. There's probably a button I have to push to do that.
Sonic, there's a nice store in this town. It might help you find a way to cross the sea.
Oh. I mean, okay, I guess. What? That's some lag. Oh. Oh. Oh no, if only anybody could come save me! Oh no! I could sure use shoes! I could use shoes! I don't know what I just agreed to, but I just agreed to something. I'm going hey in a monotone and flailing voice because of this game. Oh boy. I'm gonna be the flailing voice at this point. Put on the shoes, go through the rings. If you make it correctly, you'll make it on time. Yeah, okay, that makes sense. Why did that need a loading screen? Why do I make her call me Nancy? Yes, it. Go through the rings! Yay! Oh, all of them? I have to go through all of the rings? Oh my god, these camera controls. Oh my god. Oh, good lord. Oh my god. Stop with the inverted camera! I can't. Where am I going now? You know. Oh, what? What? What was that camera angle? Oh my god, you're terrible. What is that? What is this camera angle? What is happening? I haven't even gotten to the first level. Oh, this is gonna be a long game, isn't it? There we go! Jesus Christ! Furry Frontiers controls better. Great! Amazing! Blah blah blah. Wow, you give these shoes. Give shoes stank.
Man, today's not my day.
No, it's not. Oh. I know you're staring at this load screen a lot, ain't I? The mosquito with the torn-weaning caffeine, yeah. No, the fucking camera is like inverted and it's fucking me up. Cause I keep... How's the weather? Hot.
Hey.
The fuck is this? How do you use light dash? Well, conveniently, I just got 100 rings, so... You wanna buy? Well, you don't have anything else, so yeah, I'm buying that.
With the money, you can shop in town. Go to the stores often to check out the new items.
I don't wanna. Do I have like an inventory? I didn't mean to do that. How did I even do that? Okay, whatever. Fuck. I thought for sure that was gonna work. Why not? Okay, I got shoes. Need to get over there. Nope, that didn't work. I think that's a button I need. Maybe? Maybe that's the button I need. I don't actually know. Ah, I can't do that midair.
Hey.
Neat. Move quickly through trails of rings. Okay, what's the button for that? You gotta tell me the button for it! Not the action button near rings? Oh, okay. You know, it would be nice if the game told me that! That'd be great! If it gives me a thing and then tells me how to actually use it. I don't think that was the action button. I don't know what the action button is. This is going well. This is a fantastic start. Maybe I should have played the fucking fan remake. There we go!
This is the mirror of Soliana. It will take you right to your destination with its magical power.
Fun fact! This little island over here is where Mephiles is hanging out on the VR chat. Pursue the egg carrier. Yeah, I'm gonna do that. I'm gonna do that so good. Rest in peace of Tails. Rest in peace of Tails. Historically, like that's just you know, tradition at this point. To leave Tails to get caught in various things and fall into the ocean and drop him in acid and chemical plant.
Save Elise.
Yeah, we gotta save Elise. This is not gonna be as smooth as. Oh hi. Okay, that didn't work. This isn't gonna be as smooth as forces boosting, is it? I'm gonna miss forces by the end of this. This fucking camera! I'm gonna have to like play forces after this, just to to not lose my mind. Okay, again, you have to tell me which button to push there! I hate you. You can't just give prompt and then not tell me what the prompt is. Game? Do you even know how to game? I don't think you do. I don't think you know how to game.
While jumping, press the X button to perform a homing attack.
Great. Thanks. That was super not helpful. Oh, what are okay. Sure? What are you doing? What is that? Why am I here now? Oh, this is a disaster. Oh, no. Oh, okay. Oh, why did I push the buttons? I shouldn't have pushed buttons. That was bad. Oh, fuck. Ah! Nope. Wait. Oh, damn. Okay.
If you jump just as you land on a wall, you can jump off of it.
Yeah, okay, well, This is a nice vacation in the Soliana Marina. I'm just enjoying the beach, you know? Also, I like how it gives me that prompt, like, the 4th time instead of, like, I don't know, the 1st? If you jump off a wall and then jump off it, you'll jump off it! No way! You're lucky I figured that out, you dim-ass! I don't know what a dim-ass is, but you are one.
The net to make it go faster by pressing the square button in front of the net.
What are you talking about? Okay.
If I find the one issuing orders to defeat him, I can defeat everyone
Ah!
at once.
Not gonna lie, I thought you were a bunch of scrap. Ah! Oh, it's the whale! The killer whale. The extra word. Hello, killer whale that everybody loves. And is not named Todd. Oh, was I supposed to push a button there? Would have been nice to know before I needed to push the button. Rather than, like, after. It's a jumpy shirt. You know, I'm just gonna ride off on the killer whale. Fuck this. The world can be destroyed. I don't care anymore. You know what? This world could be destroyed. It's not my problem. Am I supposed to be pushing a button? Yeah, Tails.
Okay, Sonic, I'll be right back.
Oh, now we're playing as Tails. Okay, sure.
While jumping, press and hold the X button to fly.
That's not the X button.
You will tire after flying.
No, I have to do this again? You didn't restart me at the Tails section? That's not an autosave? Are you kidding me? Oh my god! Oh my god, I don't want to do boss battles in this game! I can't even do normal levels! Just let Solaris destroy everything, it's fine! I don't care! I did impress some random people at a con for being able to do the first mission without dying. Wanna come do it for me?
While jumping, press and hold the X button to fly.
Oh, okay. Wow, we hit everything except what I wanted to. Good job, Tails. Good work. Glad you're here.
Press the square button to lay a dummy ring bomb. Hold down to perform a dummy ring snipe.
What? Oh my god, these controls are terrible! 4 hours of stream. No, don't make me do this again! Oh, I can't believe it's... Seriously? Oh. Wait, why are we loading screen? Oh my god, you've got to be shitting me. No! No! Are you fucking shitting? No, I have to watch this all again! No, fuck you! Fuck your... It starts all over because I haven't saved, because I wasn't thinking about it. Go fuck yourself! Shut up! I can't believe... Oh, I have to do this stupid ring thing again. No! Just let Solaris destroy everything. It's fine. Oh.
What's Eggman up to? I need to gather some information.
I'm turning the save command back on. I'm turning the save fucking redeem back on. Clearly I need it for this game. Oh my god, I can't believe it game overed me! Save. I haven't accomplished anything, but I don't want to sit through cutscenes, so save. Oh, hi Tails. Unfucking believable.
Sonic!
Nope, don't care, shut up. Oh. So how's your guys' days going? How's the weather? They, really didn't quality control this, did they? I do not believe that there was a single lick quality control in this game. There was not a single beta tester. Not a one. Because firstly, they would have told them that the inverted camera control was stupid! Why does that need a... Why did that even need a loading screen? It didn't need it! Bruh. There. How many conversations are like that? Load screen talk, load screen play. I hate it. Because the load screens are so long. Okay, I'm gonna get it first try. Yeah! Damn it. Well, okay, I got most of them. I got most of them, and that's all that matters, okay? Also, the fact that the camera is, like, collisioned by the buildings. No! You idiot! There! God! I did it faster this time. Whatever's got... starfished on the ground for like 5 minutes waiting for a load screen. I better get a better rank this time, because I did it faster. That's a good time bonus. Yeah! Yeah!
Man,
Fuck you! Well, that's just fucking rude. Can I only get a D on that one? Is that set? Because it kind of seems like that's set. In which case, that's rude. If you're gonna have, like, a set thing, you should at least make it A rank. Because now I feel like a failure. Can't be having that. It's like seconds apart. That's also rude. Which button was it? Nope, not that one. Sure would be nice if they told me the prompt. Oh, you fucking piece of shit. Oh my god. Oh wait, shit, I forgot to actually get the shoes, didn't I? Haha, never mind. Psych. Just joshing ya.
If you see a
Shut up.
mark above the head of someone in town, try talking to
Shut
them.
up.
You may learn something important.
Shut up. I'll jump. No, I just forgot to actually buy the shoes. I did the thing and then I...
You can shop in town. Go to the store's office
Shut up.
to check out the new items.
Shut up. Give me that. Okay. I'm gonna even master this game by the end. Just you guys wait. Fuck, it still hit the wrong button. Well, I almost made it all the way across just on my own. It's the square? Oh, okay. There we go. Okay. I'm gonna save here. Time to become an obsessive saver again. I'm already an obsessive saver, but I'm gonna be even more one. Also, that's the other thing, is I'm playing this on PlayStation. I don't normally play PlayStation. I'm used to an Xbox controller. But given this game doesn't actually give you any prompts anyways, I don't know how much that's even gonna matter. But it might fuck me up here and there, if it does. Because I'm not used to PlayStation controls. Because I mostly play shit on my computer, so obviously I use, you know, an Xbox controller. Why were you not going straight? What is this lag? What is wrong with you? Ah! Fuck me, man. There we go. Again, some prompts would be nice.
If you jump just as you land on a wall, you can jump off of it.
No! Fuck you. Hi.
Spin the net to make it go faster by pressing the square button in front of the net.
There we go. Oh, fuck you!
The Vulcan cannon shots don't hurt individually, but they'll cut down my wings bit by bit.
I wanna get up here. Can I get up here? I wanna get up here. Damn. Oh my god. This game handles so bad. Have a good lurk. No, stop! You're so ass! Why does it go off to the side like that? Like, that's so dumb. Why does it not just go straight? What? I wasn't even pushing buttons. I was just letting the game do the thing. And it sent me off. You are something else, game. You are genuinely something else. Okay, Sonic, I'll be right back. I don't care. I'm already over this game's shit. It's been one level and I'm already over this game's shit. Okay. Oh, I hate you. Oh, you are such a piece of shit. Making me miss Sonic Forces, I tell you what! Why do you have to wait so long for that dialogue to play?
Hey, Sonic, I'll be right back.
Oh my god! It's gonna game over me again! I am going to beat the tar out of you. I'm gonna beat so much tar out of you, you have no idea. You won't even know where all the tar that I am going to beat out of you even came from. You're gonna be like, where did all this tar come from? I didn't even know I had tar in me to be out of in the first place. Let alone the sheer amount of tar that's currently being beat out of me.
Press the square button to lay a dummy ring on. Hold the square button to perform a dummy ring snipe.
Look, we made progress. I don't know what just happened. Camera went inside of the box. Oh my god, that control's so bad.
Tails, hurry up!
I'm working on it! You shut your ass! This is not easy! I don't even know where I'm going! Where am I going? What am I doing? Wait. Oh my god, it is lagging so bad. Oh wait, do I need to go this way? Is this the way I'm going? I'm deeply confused. This game should not have any kind of open aspect. It is not good enough for that. Where the fuck am I going? Up there? Oh, there. Fucking hell. Yay? I think.
Darn, we're not gonna make it. Let's speed up.
I am barely handling the speed that we've got at the moment. No! What the fuck was that? It's still the first stage, yeah! Yeah, I was! Oh my god. Ugh. Oh, this is gonna be a long one. This is gonna be a long one. God, it's lagging so bad.
Destination with its magical power.
Of the loading it? No.
I gotta hurry and save Elise.
I gotta hurry and save Elise. How about we just let Elise be kidnapped? I'm on team let Elise be kidnapped, personally. I'm team fuck Elise. She can deal with her own problems. What the fuck was that? What? 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 Okay, well, yeah, you know what? Fine. You can go fuck yourself, I guess. No! Get on this stupid rail, you idiot!
While jumping, press the X button to perform a homing attack.
You know what would be handy? If you gave me information before I needed it, not the split second that I need it. Have you considered that? Yeah, you should. Maybe give me the information, like, beforehand, and then I can be like, oh, this thing that I've already learned, I see where it's relevant. I can use this information that I have to do the things that I need to do. You know, just a recommendation.
The vocal cannon shots don't hurt individually, but they'll cut down my wings bit by bit.
Ah, I don't know why I do that. I'm going to drown you in the ocean. I love physics. You're smashing your face into the wall until you do those sideways. An orca just loves Sonic. Uh-huh. This orca doesn't love Sonic. Not that I'm an orca. Why do you start in literally the most annoying, like, camera angle you could have possibly come up with? Just out of curiosity. Why is my camera here? Where is my camera? What? Why is my camera? Hey, Tails, what the fuck? I think there's something someone says like it. Yeah, I think it's on the wiki page. Oh, for fuck's sake! Oh, I hate you. Why does that go off to the side? Your routing sucks! Who designed this fucking game? I'm half a son.
Okay, Sonic, I'll be right back.
God, the controls are so bad.
To lay a dummy ring bomb. Hold the square button to perform a dummy ring snipe.
Oh, that's what that was. Okay. That's really dumb. And I have no intention of using that. Because it's dumb. Yeah, it's not good. I'm gonna be real. It's not good. Oh my god, it's so sensitive!
Hurry up!
Oh, it's cameras? Yeah! Yeah, no one's ever said the word word. Yeah, I know I was! Like, I said that! I'm like, I told y'all, I wasn't under any fucking... Fucking... Hey, are you really just wasting rings like that? Is that a thing that you're doing? Because that's really stupid, if that's the case. But I was under no fucking delusion that this was in any way going to be a good or enjoyable time. I knew perfectly well that this game is ass. There's a reason I never bothered playing it before. I was happy just doing lore shit. I'm only playing it now because it feels fitting and appropriate. Always rings to throw ring bongs, would you even forgiven for thinking so? Oh, okay. The tail's only attack makes the sound and visual of when you get hit. Yeah, that was exactly what was confusing me. Hey, why? Are you shitting me? Is this what we're doing? Is this what you're doing to me? Are you fucking... You gotta be shitting me. That's what this level's doing? You are out of your mind. You are out of your goddamn mind. Oh, this.
Darn, we're not gonna make it. Let's speed up.
Oh, you are a pile of shit. Whoever designed this is a pile of shit.
Darn, we're not gonna make it. Let's speed up.
Legitimately, whoever designed this fucking level is actually a fucking piece of shit. Where did you... I like that he goes off screen while doing this. It's really great. What? I can't see shit. Oh, this is actually fucking. Are you shitting me? Are you actually serious? This is how you designed a level. This is a level design. This is an active choice that you made? Oh, that's interesting. That's certainly an interesting choice that you've made. What a fun time that you've designed here. Wow. The amount of shrooms that you must have been on while I really hope that the shrooms you were on while designing this fucking level were fucking worth it. Cause I can tell you it was not worth it on my end. I just, you know, speaking entirely from this end of the video game and that level specifically and its design, those shrooms were not worth it. And maybe you need to rethink your entire life choices if you think that was a good level design. If you think that's a good idea for a level in a game that is incredibly difficult to fucking handle and control and really does not have a good way to bump in between various obstacles that will inevitably kill you if you hit them twice. That's not a good level design. Just so you know. Just so we're all on the same page here. That is an ass fucking level design. Fire before the level is completing the program. Good finish the game lurking. Like, rockets for 0%, no shit.
When you get close to a trail of rings, press the square button to do a light dash.
I pushed that button. Just so we all know. I pushed that button. That button was pushed. Just so you know. Itara doing loading screens. Yeah, no shit. Just like take all the loading screens, do a little bit of blendering. Well, look at that. The hair's done. Oh, wow. We've made it through 3 loading screens and I've finished the texturing. Jesus Christ.
I better hurry and save Elise.
I better hurry and save Elise!
No, you don't. I'm gonna distinctly say no, you don't. Why do you go off to the side?
While jumping, press the X button to perform a homing attack.
My God, you're terrible. Really? 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 You are a piece of shit, and I hate you.
While jumping, press the X button to perform a homing attack.
Quick, do a barrel roll. You know, I haven't even made it past the first level, and I am starting to deeply understand Aaron's breakdown. I am starting to deeply understand Aaron's breakdown. And I am not even past the first level. This has...
The Vulcan cannon shots don't hurt individually, but they'll cut down my rings bit by bit. If I find the one issuing orders to defeat him, I can defeat everyone at once.
Wow. Seriously? Seriously? Seriously, why does it go off to the side like that? Like, legitimately. Why is that a thing? A little less of free, yeah.
Okay, Sonic, I'll be right back.
That is such a fucking waste of time. I have... Excuse me? What the fuck was that? Game?
Okay, Sonic, I'll be right back.
Press the square button to lay a dummy ring bomb. Hold the square button to perform a dummy ring snipe.
Why are you stupid? Why are you... Thanks, camera! Really appreciated that one! Boy, the camera in this sure is great!
Tails, hurry up!
I'm working on it. Shut the fuck up. Hey, camera? Camera. Hey, camera. do me a favor and cease that immediately. Oh my god. I am freaking losing it. You wanna aim? You know what? Go fuck yourself.
Tails, you saved me.
What about this side because it's actually auto-routing you, so when I was actually trying to beat this, I learned to not move left or right until I was actively aiming for something. See, I thought that. And so I let go. And then it yeeted me off the map.
Darn, we're not gonna make it.
We're not gonna make it. And? I don't know how that's my problem. What the fuck are you doing? Like, actually, what the fuck are you doing? I hate you.
Let's speed up.
I have no idea what's happening. But you know what? I guess it's working. What is happening? This is so stupid. Are you serious?
We're gonna make it. Let's speed up.
Are you serious?
Darn, we're not gonna make it. Let's speed
Are
up.
you actually fucking with me right now? I feel like you've got to be fucking with me at this point. There's no way that you thought this is... You really thought this is a... You really thought this is a good level. Somebody actually thought this was a good idea. Somebody actually thought this was good level design. Really? Are you sure? You sure about that? Yeah, 100%. Somebody with a job thought this was a good idea? Somebody actually got paid to design this fucking level? That this was a good idea? In this kind of fucking game? We have made 0% progress. It has been an hour and a half, and it has been longer than an hour and a half. It has been, God, how long have we been going? And how long have we been going? By a tree by not hitting a tree? Why is it the end? Also, Fucking end my misery at this point. Seriously, who? Why? Why? I had so many questions about the decision making. In this level specifically. First off, why are there so many obstacles? Why are there so many obstacles? Just why are there so many obstacles? Because quite frankly, especially on that bridge, every single one of those random little fucking lanterns is a whole ass obstacle that if you smash your face into, you either die or lose all your rings. Why? Why? Why is that a thing? Literally, why is that a thing? In what world is that a good idea? In what world is that a good idea? I want to know. I want to know who thought that was a good idea. I would like to pick their brain a little bit about the thought process behind that specifically. Because that is the dumbest shit I've ever heard. Yeah, no, it's bad enough that this entire level is a thing, honestly, frankly. It's bad enough that this entire level is a thing, to begin with. But the sheer amount of obstacles and shit that has collision that should absolutely not have collision. Why does it have collision? That bridge should just be a bridge. That bridge should not have obstacles on it. This game does not have good enough control for that to be a thing. The controls aren't good enough, and the levels design is definitely not good enough. And the fucking control prompts are especially not good enough for that kind of fucking malarkey-ass bullshit. I hate you. I'm watching you play, I still don't understand what happens during the loading screen. Haste the Sonic Skin mod and call it a day.
When you get close to a trail of rings, press the square button to do a light dash.
Like a man running an orca and tails portion orca and then chasing red thing, sort of. You're chasing after the egg carrier. Because the egg carrier that Eggman is escaping on kind of goes overhead. That's what the red thing is. I hate you. I got communicated. No, it is not. Fucking the controls aren't even fucking communicated in this goddamn game. No wonder everybody's confused about the story. I want over here and it won't let me. There. You are ass balls and titties.
Perform a homing attack.
Wow. What is the point of the springy thing if it's not even gonna spring you? You guys not know how to Sonic? Fucking hell. Nobody's ever allowed to talk shit about Sonic Forces ever again. I know people hate Boost, but fucking hell, compared to this... I know, it's a low bar, but... What is even the point of that? That's a distraction. That's just a distraction meant to kill you.
You jump just as you land on a wall. You can jump off of it.
I hit these buttons. Just so we all know, I hit those buttons.
If I find the one issuing orders and defeat him, I can defeat everyone at once.
There. I wonder if it's the plumber who's still around. Left and right using the triggers as the moves since you keep certain fixed lanes. The broken fire as I presume no since well, it's actually still pretty broken. Broken how?
Press and hold the X button to fly. Be careful, you will tire out of flying too long.
Okay, because I'm not sure you want. The triggers? I mean, that's the case in later boost games like Forces, yeah. Where it's a lot... Like, it kind of feels like they were trying to do what boost games do late... God damn it. Later on, where it's like, you've got the different lanes and you can swap between them and shit. But this game's mechanics and controls are not good enough to properly do that at all. I hate these cameras. Let's see though. Sounds like I did not want Phantom Phasmo clip. Like all robotic-y?
Okay, Sonic, I'll be right back.
Ugh.
Press the square button to lay a dummy ring bomb.
Why?
Perform a dummy ring snipe.
Seriously? I think the most infuriating part is like the change in the controls Cause like they do entirely different fucking things between characters, and it doesn't. Seriously. I hate you. I hate you so much. Why are you like this? Doing us like that? Seriously. Tails' attack is a dummy mine that literally would only be useful to fool himself and his friends, therefore requiring the need to yeet it at enemies instead of just leaving it as a trap. I didn't promise to finish this game, did I? That was never part of it, right? I just said I'd play it. I never said I'd finish it, right? I'm pretty sure. Pretty sure I never said the words, I'm going to play and finish Sonic 06, right? None of us hold it against you. I'm gonna try. I'm gonna give it my damnedest. Oh, well, damn. Well, I guess I have no choice now. Like, maybe I just need... Maybe by the time I finish this first level, I'll be like... the mad skillage of Sonic, and it'll be fine, and I'll get through all the rest of it, and it's just because it's the start, and I'm just trying to figure out the controls, and by the time we finish this one, it'll be like, oh wow! I know how to play Sonic now, and the entire rest of the game's gonna be real easy peasy lemon squeezy. That's called cope. This is what the kids call cope.
I find the one issuing orders and defeat him. Defeat everyone at once.
I mean, really, if you think about it. This is just lore accurate. Because, like, the more infuriated I get with this game, the more I'm gonna want to destroy the world. And that's just lore accurate Itara. And that's just, you know, that's really all it is, right? I hate you. Hi, Pigeon! Cold! Thank you. Thanks for the pats. Man, one way or the other. Whether we get through this entire game or not, we're gonna have to actually play a good Sonic game afterwards to as palate cleanser. I'm just gonna play Forces again. Also, it's really dumb that I can't do this while jumping. Like, Tails, why are you so useless?
Tails, hurry up!
I'm working on it! Why does my fucking camera keep doing that? Stop! Adventures 2? See, I don't know if 2 is any better than the first one, but I actually tried to play Sonic Adventure 1, and it was one equally infuriating. I had an absolutely fucking miserable ass time trying to figure out those fucking controls as well.
Thank you, Tails. You saved me.
I fell off a mountain like 80 times and then gave up. It does have a little garden for the little guys, but is the camera control any better? Are the controls any better? Because that's kind of the problem here. I'm gonna have to go back to like a 2D Sonic game after this. Play the originals.
Darn, we're not gonna make
Alright, let's fucking do this. Goddamn shit. That. Great start.
Darn, we're not gonna make it. Let's speed up.
Really,
We're not gonna make it. Let's speed up.
getting somewhere here, huh? Why is the thing? There it goes. I hate you. I hate you with a passion. I hate you so fucking much.
We're not gonna make it. Let's speed up.
I just need you to know that I have a visceral hatred for you. And I don't feel bad that you get laser beamed by the end of this, at this point. Yeah, I'm starting to think you getting laser beamed is kind of deserved. Seriously?
Darn, we're not gonna make it. Let's speed up.
You getting laser beamed is deserved. I hate you. The fact that he's off screen.
What?
I'm just spamming the fucking square button. That's all I'm doing is I'm spamming the fucking square button because it's the one that makes you run along the rings. Not that it helps you in this situation.
Darn, we're not gonna make it. Let's speed up.
hate you. I'm just so fucking done with your shit. What do you parody say? It's like gameplay accurate Soliana. How the fuck would I even write that? I hate you. I hate you so much. Ugh. Just fucking write a spin-off where Itara has to play Sonic 06 and she just goes and murders Sonic again. This plays the first level of Sonic 06 and it enrages her so much she goes and murders Sonic all over again. Like, you know what? Never mind. I changed my mind. You deserved it. That's not... Like, never mind. This world deserves being destroyed. I've changed my mind.
Save Elise.
I would say Elise too, but I kept her dead.
Wow. Expert to perform a homing attack.
Bro.
Jump just as you land on a wall. You can jump off of it.
The fact that I still haven't beat first goddamn level!
By pressing the square button in front of the name.
Bro, I am pushing the button.
The Vulcan cannon shots don't hurt individually, but they'll cut down my ring bit by bit.
Seriously? I hate you. You're such a piece of shit.
If I find the one issuing orders to defeat him, I can defeat everyone at once. Whoa, that's a big one.
See, it goes off to this. I am not holding the controls to either side. It just goes off to the side like that. Like, I won't even touch them. I'm not touching the controls. Oh yeah, sure. Prove me wrong, you fucking piece of shit. Fuck you.
Hey, Sonic, I'll be right back.
You. L2 that centers it, and I think I just abuse the shit out of that to constantly hit the camera center. L2. That's just turning it left and right.
Whoa, that's a big one. Whoa! Whoa, that's a big one. Jump! Tails, go ahead and push the gate switch so he doesn't get out.
Dante is a trash game hunter.
Sonic, I'll be right
He not only loves Soge, but actively goes out of his way to play and beat the worst of the worst. Only gets isekai'd to the world of Kutei events by gods with only a looping talk animation, enemies who take no damage, low drop rates, NPCs with character models, and constantly warping. The geometry at the end, he finally meets a demon lord. Starts with Boiler, physically speaks, Okada realizes it's just a dream. He goes, lag is a connection issue, not a gameplay issue. Right. Shoulder should turn it, trigger should center it. I think it's backwards. I think it's snap is one of it. Yeah, that's L1.
Tails, go ahead and push the gate switch so he doesn't get out.
Uh-huh.
Okay, Sonic, I'll be right back.
God, this game is ass. This game is an incredible amount of ass.
Whoa, that's a big one. Jump! Tails, go ahead and push the gate switch so he doesn't get out.
We've made so much progress.
Okay, Sonic, I'll be right back.
Why do you suck at life? Have you considered not? You should consider not. Hi, Pigeon. What just happened? You just turn the console off. You know what? I'm gonna take that as a sign. You better back out of here. You know what? I'm taking that as a sign that this game fucking sucks ass. Pigeon saved you. I guess. Pigeon saved me from the hellscape that is Sonic 06. Okay. What even happened? When Pigeon was bringing my food in, it bumped into the power button on the console and turned the console off. Ugh. So that's fun. That's great. I love that. That's we didn't even finish one level. We didn't finish one level. Not one singular level was finished. Progress 0%. And yeah, that's a great sign. That's a fantastic sign. 0% progress! Oh no! Right as I thought I was gonna get a game over and have to start over again! Oh no! Wow! This truly is terrible. Oh no! Really nailing it in that I made the right choice not bothering trying to play this game. I still stand by the lore, and Mephiles and Iblis and Solaris are still my favorite. But holy fucking shit, this game is ass. Sometimes I've accidentally turned off a PS3. Yeah, fucking even I did that earlier when I was setting it up. It's so easy. It's maybe a little too easy. But, that's fine. That's fine. Locked behind gameplay so god-awful that no one learns of them. Yeah. See, that's why I had to do a timeline stream. That's why I had to do a presentation of the lore, because otherwise nobody's ever gonna know it, because this game sucks! But see, look. Here's the thing, right? Now, this can work in tandem with the fan-made remake, because apparently it removes all the cutscenes. So now, you can play the game, potentially less ass, and then just go watch my timeline presentation to get the actual lore out of it. You know, it's the best of both worlds, right? Right, yeah. Ugh. Might have considered doing that, to be honest. We're in ads, so I'll talk about it in a second, but... Oh, my do food. You sure did! That's some fancy looking food. Ugh. A corn dog and a dogged corn. It's so squirrely. Looks like a corkscrew. I'm gonna turn the music back on. I called it, I should do not tornado potato. A tornado! You know what? That's an apt name. They are correct. That is exactly what it is. Also yummy. Hopefully that doesn't fall. Welcome back from the ads, community. Okay. What was I gonna say? I don't know. I don't remember. I don't remember what I was gonna say. All I know is this game is fucking ass. Like, I'm not even gonna pretend that it's not. I'm really not. I had no hang-ups and no delusions that this was in any way a good game. Mechanics-wise, and debatably not really even story-wise. Like, I like the Sonic 06 story, obviously, but I also am fully aware that it is rushed trash. Rushed trash. Not rush trashed. It's bad. It's bad. And it's always been bad. It's a well-known fact that Sonic 06 is a bad game. And that holds up. That holds up. But that's why I like it purely for the story and, like, nothing else. I think the story had a lot of potential. And if they were given time to properly finish it and hadn't been rushed through and hadn't half-assed the entire thing, it wouldn't have been the miserable failure that it was, and might have actually been, like, at least... Because, like, clearly people still like Mephiles. Obviously more people nowadays than used to be, clearly. But, you know, Sonic 06 has kind of gained a little bit of a cult classic reputation at this point. It's been long enough that... Well, actually, I feel like I can't help but think that like the fan-made remake has helped a lot. Because then people could go back and just enjoy the game without all the jank. And that's kind of like brought it back into a little bit of attention, maybe. And then obviously Sonic X Generations did. I do know they brought Mephiles back for that. So obviously he's kind of important to Shadow. He's kind of a major part of Shadow's story. So it made sense that I appreciate they brought him back. I don't know what role he plays in the story, obviously. And then actually in that kind of related field, a lot of people theorized that the Time Eater from the original Sonic Generations was kind of like an alternate offshoot of Mephiles. And in a similar vein, a lot of people believe that there's some sort of connection between Infinite and Mephiles from Sonic Forces. And so, like, he's obviously been there in the back of people's minds this entire time. It's just the game. The game really held it back. So I feel like with the fan-made remake and, you know, Mephiles coming back for Sonic Shadow Generations, which from what I've heard is obviously an actually really good game, it kind of put Mephiles back into kind of the light that he deserved originally, you know? So, I don't know. That's just kind of my thoughts on it. But ultimately, my thoughts on the original Sonic 06 is this game fucking sucks. Cold ass take. Sonic 06 sucks to actually play. Could not even beat the first level, and frankly, am probably gonna give up on that. But I'm gonna be like totally 100% real with y'all. The chances of me even finishing this route is slim. Real fucking slim. But, I did have this slated in the schedule for both today and tomorrow. So we are gonna try this again tomorrow. I'm not gonna give up just yet. We are gonna try again tomorrow. But if I don't make, you know, enough progress to feel like I want to get through this entire goddamn game, then we might just shelf this. And if we do, we'll just move on to the next game. So, we'll see though. We'll see how tomorrow goes. So we're gonna pick this back up tomorrow. We're gonna try tomorrow. Fresh start, fresh stream, you know. Give it a go right from the beginning of stream instead of halfway through. So, well, maybe I just need to come back to it with new eyes, and we'll see. So, yeah. Cause I do want to see Mephiles. I want to see my boy. I want to see my boy. But man, do I not want to deal with these controls. Man, do I not want to deal with these controls. Hatsune Miku? No. This isn't Sonic Racing. Alright. So. But it is about that time. Conveniently. And it's also now August. I'm gonna do my hands so you can be— I would appreciate it. Please send me your hands. I need them. I need them! Clearly. What a pain. But like I said, we'll come back to it fresh tomorrow. Maybe I just need to sleep on it and come back to it after a good night's sleep. Maybe I'll do better and it'll be fine, and we'll get through the game, no problem, no problemo. Maybe. We'll see. So that is still on the plan for tomorrow, is just starting that. No problemo. Exactly. And, so yeah, we'll see how tomorrow goes, and we'll make a judgment call at the end of stream. Outside of that, you guys, I'm so excited to finally have this done. This has been on my to-do list for so long, and it's finally done. I'm free. I'm free. Because this is also my last big project. At least for a while. Last currently planned big project. I've been working on so many projects for so long. I'm just excited to finally get past it. Not this one, not even just this one. Like, get past all of the big things. 'Cause, like, all that's left on the to-do list. Technically, the Sonic 06 stream isn't even on my to-do list. I should have put that there. I'm gonna put it there just so I could cross off. Because it's not technically... I just had stuff on there that was specifically, like, subathon and Thankmas rewards. So I didn't have Sonic 06 on here. But I'm gonna add it now just so that I can check it off, because it feels good. It feels good to check things off my to-do list. That. And cross out. And done. Yay! Alright. So all that's left is I still need to find a competition to enter. That's... Now that I'm finished... Okay, so here's the thing, right? Is like a lot of these big projects that I've been working on has been kind of made it harder to work on the little things, right? Because I want to get this big stuff out of the way, and then the rest of the shit I can just bust through. Because I have time to work on it. So, entering a competition, as soon as I find one, now I have time to actually do it. The Subnautica VR playthrough, I did start that. For the record, I did start that one, but capturing it has been kind of a pain in the ass. I have to rework how I do that. So I had to re-record the first episode, but I did technically start it. And I will be recording those on Mondays. So that one's in progress. In fact, I'm gonna put in progress on there. In progress. Okay. And then we have the mystery item design that I can't tell you guys about that yet, so we can't do that yet. We have the Phasmo-Apocalypse attempt. We gotta do some training on Phasmo. And those are the actual to-dos. And then all that's left are some outfits. And most of these outfits are gonna be pretty easy peasy lemon squeezy. Like, one of them is the bunny suit. That doesn't even need rigging. That's not even gonna need rigging! So, that one's gonna be really easy. Then there's the winter scarf outfit, and the pajamas. And all of those are, like, there's the outfits are gonna take a little bit of time, like the winter scarf and the pajamas might take a little bit of while, but overall, it's not the Nuntekken outfit. It's not an entire fucking model from scratch either. So, like, in comparison to what I've been working on lately, that's gonna be easy peasy lemon squeezy and no problem at all. And that's all that's left! That's all that's left on the to-do list, you guys. Everything after that is gonna be just for fun shit. I can start just doing things for fun. Can you imagine? Imagine just doing things for fun. That's crazy. That's crazy! What a concept! Never heard of it. Also, since we're getting towards the end of stream, I was kind of hoping to have another chapter of Disrepair House for you guys to reveal for this stream, but I haven't actually been working on it because I've been working on something else. Whoops. So, actually, you know what's a for fun thing that I kind of want to work on now that this is done? I have been saying that I want to rewrite the first arc of Disrepair House, because back when I originally wrote it, when I read back through this, and I've noticed this pattern considerably. And there is a lot about the original arc, reactivation arc of Disrepair House that I just don't like. A, because it was written 10 years ago, and B, because I just kind of gave up on it halfway through, and you can very much tell. I stopped writing it. Like, I kind of gave up at about the halfway point, and I came back to it a few months after that and literally just bullet pointed listed my way through the rest of it just to say it's finished. And I can tell. And I don't like that I can tell. And I think readers can tell. Because it is not... one thing I have definitely noticed is that a lot of people will read up to about chapter 9. I've noticed this. It's specifically chapter 9 when people fall off, and I think that is exactly the point that I gave up. And then they just never come back. So, I can tell that that's kind of a dead zone for that story. And I've been wanting to go back and rewrite it completely with what it should have been. It's like the core story is there, but there's not... It's not great. It's not what I can write now. And so, I've been wanting to rewrite it. I think I'm gonna. I'm gonna finish the current chapter in error. Just to have it finished. Like the current section. Because I started doing error episodically. Rather than like one big chapter. So, I'm gonna finish up the current episode of error. And then I want to go back and rewrite reactivation. So. I think I'm gonna do that. I'm gonna do that. Because it deserves it. Because I deserve it. But also because I could just tell it's ass and it's bothering me. And it's bothered me for a long time. And it continues to bother me. It has never stopped bothering me. And I might actually have some of the free time to start doing that again. So. This is such a huge fucking weight off my shoulders. You guys have no idea. You guys have no idea the sheer amount of weight that has been lifted upon my shoulders. Having this done. Ah. It's like I said, I've been working on this is kind of been I've been thinking about this for a long fucking time. Literally since I started VTubing, I knew this was in the plans. So as soon as we hit that 1K, I'm like, go fucking go time. And with the model done, as soon as the model was done, I was like, oh, it's go time. Oh, okay. And like the rest just kind of and now we're here. And now it's done. And we have reached this point. And I don't know how to feel about it. I don't know how I feel about it, other than relieved. Like, there's that relief, but at the same time, I'm just like, damn. This is the thing that I've been, like, building. This is a thing that's literally been building up for actual years, and now we have reached it, and I'm just like, whoa. You know? You know? You guys know. And when you finally do a thing after years, and then it's done, and then you're just like, it's done, you know? Crazy. Also, what do you guys think? Should I share some old, like, art in honor of releasing this model? Just, like, go dig up some old Disrepair House art and just, like, throw it out there and be like, child. Admire the child. Yes? I'll have to do that. I'll have to do that. I'll throw some art up on Blue Sky and throw it in the Discord and all that. They have plenty. And it's still all up on the Tumblr Ask blog, but I'll take some of the best pieces out and throw it back out there and be like, admire the child. Admire my child. Goodness. Alright. I'll do that then. But in the meantime, it's about time to end stream. You guys ready to get the fuck on out of here? Like I said, we will be coming back. We will give Sonic another solid try. Should the wonder if he's holding to yes! That one's very cute. I love that one. She's a small angry child. She is in fact a small angry child. But yeah, we'll come back tomorrow and we'll give Sonic 06 another solid try. Come back to it fresh. Alright, let's go see who's live. Oh, how's about? Not a lot of my usuals are online at the moment. How's about Nutmeg? You guys wanna go say hi to Nutmeg? Go say hi to Nutmeg. Alrighty, Rooney! So here's our raid message. If you have pet emotes, you can use top ones there. If not, we have bottom ones. Hop those on over because we're gonna go say hi to Nutmeg, who's playing some Lies of P. And so go enjoy that. And thank you guys for not just hanging out with me, but again for holding out on this stream. I know it took a while, but we finally got here, and I appreciate your guys' patience in getting this all together. Because there was a lot. And, yeah, so... But also, thank you for hanging out during this stream, enjoying some Sonic 06 timeline, and then miserable failing at Sonic 06 itself. And we'll be back tomorrow with more Sonic 06. So, yeah, so thank you guys for hanging out with me. I appreciate it, and I will see you guys tomorrow. Alright? Alright, cool. So, bye!